DNA is nowhere to be found. You will hear, again, the murder weapon in this case was never found. You will hear that no money was ever found in Michael's possession. Police, you heard during the state's opening that Leonard Kerr could hear the men who were masked making demands of Jose Onfroy. Could hear his voice clearly. Police never did any kind of voice lineup with Leonard Kerr to try to match it in any way to Mr. Murdaugh.
So, Brian, you saw a little bit of the defense right there, really striking at Mr. Allen as well, and whether or not he's going to be a credible witness. But I have to also mention the fact that the defense threw out another potential suspect, rapper Drake. They said because he was in a rap feud at one point with XXXTentacion. I mean, why not throw that out there? What do you think of the defense there?
Well, I don't think Drake has anything to do with this murder. It sounds to me like it was a straight up robbery, whoever was involved. But I will say, the defense does make some valid points in their opening. We call this a snitch drama. Whenever a snitch testifies, his testimony's bought. In one way or another, he's either getting a lesser sanction or a lesser charge. But here's the bottom line. Juries believe snitches because when the snitch testifies and he takes the stand, they're going to size that person up and down. They're going to listen to how that person answers questions. They're going to judge that person for sincerity, and then in this case, I think if they're going to challenge the snitch's testimony, the defendants may have to take the stand. And then the jury, if that happens, will have an opportunity to, analyze those folks for credibility. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of people in prison right now who got convicted on the testimony of a snitch. And this case is not necessarily going to be any different. It comes down to a credibility call, and I can tell you another thing. I know the Broward Sheriff's Office homicide team very well, and they are experts. They are very professional. They are very capable. This defense team is going to have a hard time finding some major errors that move the needle in this case because they're pretty airtight over there. I happen to like those investigators a lot, and they do a pretty good job. So it's yet to be seen what will happen.
All right, we're going to continue to follow it, but also we're going to go back to Alex Murdaugh. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, talk more about that trial, and wait for it to start up. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. Busy morning.
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
State's ready.
Defense ready.
And bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning. Day number 13, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay,
I'm a forensic scientist.
right. Okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points. But you pretty much, you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yes. So the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet, per se.
Okay.
When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Murdaugh held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smelled laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware that it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
In any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the lifts, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes,
Yes.
and there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today.
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lifts, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lifts of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we collected.
I see. So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections
I see.
and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate,
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alex Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got after shooting, he got in the vehicle that has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, I could have deposited 1 particle on the buckle and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him and they could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of a blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Okay. Or when it got there,
or when it got there.
or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if if bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, there would be
No objection. What's he saying?
bow whoop, B-O-W-H-O-O-P, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles in there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry?
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so you remember what you did with the blue tarp? You put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there had been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were shown photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced in evidence. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it, now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in, with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. So Doug, if you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jury what size this rain jacket is.
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Cocatat?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Can you take that down, please? One second, Your Honor, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about the 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah, we just can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'll talk louder, sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
Yeah. And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm had come in contact with the rain jacket? And you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
What is it? I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living, and in your examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if Scranton's father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck, would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right. You're very technical and precise. Okay. But if you were carrying it and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and
Go ahead.
it is a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number.
Yes, sir.
Further examination.
Very, very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fire gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Annette Griswold.
We'll have a seat on the witness stand.
My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would, just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alex Murdaugh,
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED.
Okay. And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alex Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner of that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's 2 of us that worked for Alex. I'd been with him, like I said, the 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alex had. where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know, that I'm aware of. And then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to. And then he would sign, once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from, and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self, or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like. And he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in, and it was just like, yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about him to his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies." We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, no, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge. And I was like, well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting? And he told me that he described it to me. He said, think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it. So he said, Forge Consulting is the big name. And then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge. And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting because he was our contact. And he would say, no, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner. He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files. Alec took check to hand deliver because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks because he was, a little aloof sometimes and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be.
That's
hand
correct.
delivered.
Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alec was.
All right. When you're talking about the defendant or Alex Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, I'm going to see Gunn, I'm meeting him halfway, we're going hunting, things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would.
I was currently working from home. I had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planned to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files. And
this was the day you were off work.
That's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, she sends it to me by email or text. I can't remember. And I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said, the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge. And I didn't understand how that was happening. And I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before. And so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense.
Yes, it did.
On its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand by. We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence of States 429 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind, because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail. But yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me. And so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes. The end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, what's going on? And she said, well, I've got another one. And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore. And she had sent it over. And once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. She was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenarios before, I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's
about?
the Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas Moore one,
We'll
it
get
was,
there in a second.
okay.
When you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
yeah, the Thomas Moore, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still on Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that?
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm going to show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. just take a flip through it, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement. Alex signs it. They send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
You take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in States 328 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, where the entire client trust amount of $125,000
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh. And then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did, what we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did,
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorney's
Chris
firm?
Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes,
Expenses?
yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
And you're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks? And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement. And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that, Vicki? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my boss?
Why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put states 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked date stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed. Duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
All
so I verified that. And then I asked Vicky, I said, are you positive? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. And I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand. You say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
they were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes. I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, on high alert as well, because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself, and, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, at this point, we want to prove that that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on states 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
It is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
At what time, what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicky Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was. I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow-up on the strand on June 2nd and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicky Lyman and Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
Is that item already in evidence?
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicky Lyman.
All right. And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention anything.
Hold on just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move stakes 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document.
Sir.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicky on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over this situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicky had talked on the phone. Vicky had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got like really worried for me. And my daughter said, Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you. So
Right,
she
and
was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got into the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
I don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I'd turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode,
Mama bear protecting who?
protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in
Oh,
the aftermath?
absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supportive. And then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alex's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, Alec's talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it. And I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and at the bottom it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
So what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. Oh, that feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit, and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you States 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
Right. And if you flick up one side, and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know, I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself. And I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of. But here it is from March to September. And I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the Ferris checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check. But when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday. And she said, one of the attorneys is going to call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas More, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that we're going through with Jeannie Seckinger, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review, is that
Of
correct?
course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those, a lot of those disbursements, one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, it's a text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection and subject to the court's prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. It's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and sent an email, and just want to be clear from the defense, the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So have you all review the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise an additional character issue asked of the court. We ask that the court give, additional limiting instruction at some point in time about that.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly he says I'm getting better every day, and that's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is, when we talk about 404 and res geste, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense is examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe it was September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing the 404 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
From the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of that the court has already ruled on.
I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony.
And I fully anticipate the defense is going to really lean into this in the sense that they're going to say, look, these people in the firm knew, because there was some establishment yesterday in terms of the witness that the clients didn't necessarily know that the money had been stolen. So that takes them out of the some other guy did it type of defense where, when you've got the people in the firm that did have knowledge and they're going home and they're telling their husbands, and then their husbands are going to work and they're telling people at work, and then one of those people tells somebody who might be a client, I mean, it's creating a potential like minefield for the prosecution and a potential gold mine for the defense in terms of being able to say, look, there were tons of people out there that wanted to get this guy. He was stealing huge amounts of money from people that really needed it. And as we know, money is always a motive for murder.
The only thing to respond is his family was killed. He wasn't killed. And if he was there at the scene, whether you want to believe he was there at some point in the night or there minutes before the shooting happened, why he wasn't killed as a result, that would be a question. And I also mentioned Mark Tinsley, who you just brought up. Just to give everybody some context, that is one of the lawyers who was suing the Murdaughs over the 2019 boat crash, and basically said, if I recall correctly, that when these killings happened, we were thinking we're not going to be able to win this case and we might have to settle this and it ends. Okay, Allura, I want to go to you now because this is critical. Let's put the motive aside. How strong is the prosecution's case at this point?
I feel like the prosecution's case is pretty strong, and here's why. I think that the cell phone evidence placing Murdaugh at the kennels, I think that's big.
Oh, yeah.
I also think that the kind of sort of tangential effect of his coworkers, like the CFO, kind of saying things like he's a professional BS artist, I think that tends to really sway the jury. And I think when you add on things like gunshot residue, I think that Miss Shelley was a really, really compelling witness. Say like, he asked me to lie about how long he was there. To me, that's really big. Especially when you add in, he asked this woman to lie, and then we actually do have some type of physical evidence placing him at the scene.
So here's the thing I'll say to that. Other than the kennel video, which I still think is the strongest piece of evidence, I don't think the defense really touched upon a lot.
Yeah.
What they seem to do is be striking at the timeline presented by the prosecution. I think the defense has come up with a credible explanation for every one of the other pieces of evidence. Gunshot residue, when did it get on there and how did it get on there? That there's no murder weapons, right? They have an idea of how the Murdaugh family weapons were the weapons. The cell phone evidence, I mean, I think they did a terrific job of establishing, when the murders might have happened, but the evidence doesn't definitively show that Alex Murdaugh, the cell phone evidence, places him at that scene. So what do you think about the defense cross-examining right now?
I get that. And I think that the defense is going to have a real opportunity through all of its cross-examination to really kind of, chip away at each of those things. But I think that the defense's biggest problem here is a sort of totality of the circumstances.
Right.
That when there's gunshot residue, yes, it could have gotten there from other reasons, and here's a million other explanations. But at the end of the day, the guy came with that blue thing, whether it was the tarp, whether it was the raincoat, and there's gunshot residue, and he lied, and he encouraged somebody else to lie. It just stinks. Like it's just not good. And it's really tough to walk away from it, no matter how good a job the defense might do at breaking down these individual building blocks. And I think that's really the challenge of this case, is getting the jury on the page of saying, if we break down the building blocks, it means an acquittal. I think the jury doesn't want to acquit. I think it won't want to acquit. And it has to be brought into saying that it has to, if those building blocks are torn down enough.
So let's see where the defense actually goes when they decide to call witnesses. And remember, one of the first thing Alex Murdaugh said when police arrived is he thought Paul and Maggie were killed over this boating crash, that somebody was upset over the boating crash and killed Paul over it. Not sure if the defense is going to explore that at all as an alternative suspect. Remember, they did come forward with the possibility of 2 shooters based on the trajectory of the bullets. What we're going to do is we're going to hit a break. When we come back, I think we're still going to be waiting to go back live in court, but I think Gigi McKelvey, our reporter on the ground, is going to come back with us. So stay with us here on Long Crime. We'll be right back. everybody. So we're continuing our coverage of the Alex Murdaugh trial out of South Carolina. They're currently in a break, and you know when they're in a break, that means we bring in our boots on the ground, Gigi McKelvey. Gigi, it's good to see you. Okay, so I got to ask you the $1 million question here. How much is the jury paying attention to the financial evidence this week? I'm sure they were paying attention to things that were actually about the murders themselves. What are they keen? Are they really paying attention to everything about the missing funds and what Alex Murdaugh was doing at the firm? You tell me. You're our eyes and ears inside that courtroom.
Well, I told you yesterday morning they seemed a little disinterested. That changed yesterday afternoon when they started going through each individual check that showed he had stolen from his clients. And then today, again, very much engaged with the testimony of his paralegal, leaning in to look at those checks. I mean, leaning in closer to the display. They are very much all eyes and ears with this financial stuff.
And how much from what you've seen is it matching up to what we saw in the hearing? Because by this point, we're experts in it, right? We read the articles. We saw the hearing that the jury wasn't a part of. How much is it matching up to what we saw in that hearing where the judge had to determine if to even allow this financial evidence in?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, we call it Groundhog Day. It's pretty much the same thing. Maybe a few new little things with each witness that's put in there that we didn't hear when they initially testified. But yeah, I mean, it seems to be very close to what we already know, just getting a few little nuggets here and there that we did not know.
And what about who's in the courtroom? So I actually saw video yesterday that Buster Murdaugh was there yesterday. I think he might have nodded or said hi to his father at one point. Do we know anybody from the Murdaugh family there today? Who's watching? Give us an idea.
Yeah, so his sister's here. John Marvin, his brother, is here. Excuse me, Buster and his girlfriend are here. And yeah, so sometimes he turns around and interacts with his family. I mainly see Buster interacting at the beginning and the end of the day. Don't really see him talking too much at breaks when he is turned around. So who knows where that relationship lies right now. But every day he's been here, regardless of whether he supports Alec or not.
It's just impossible to think what must be going on in his life. I mean, his mother, his brother killed, his father on trial for their murders. Unbelievable every time I see him there. Okay, so Gigi, I want to ask you about Megan Fletcher, who I think was such a pivotal witness. The reason I think she was so pivotal is because she focused on gunshot residue, which we remember from the prosecution's opening statement was one of the critical things they brought up. So give us a summary, if you can, of the main takeaways from Miss Fletcher's testimony.
Well, one of the big things was that both of the techs that examined the shirt noticed that it smelled like it had been freshly laundered. And that was something that set off bells to them. Then you find out the shirt, it's not like there's a huge amount on the shirt or the shorts. There was none on the shoes. But then you have this tarp/rain jacket, and on the inside, it's coated with it. And so I think it's, but here's the thing, Jesse. Who knows how long that's been there? She said, I can't prove when this was put there, how it was put there. So, there's that little reasonable doubt that the defense did jump on. But I think in the jury's mind, you see tarp jacket, it looked to be a big tarp with some armholes in it to me. So they were very interested in the gunshot residue testimony as well.
Gigi, let me ask you this. I don't think you have the answer to it because I don't have the answer to it. Where are the clothes that Alex Murdaugh was wearing earlier in the night? Did we have any explanation of the reason I know he was wearing different clothes is because there's a Snapchat video from an hour before when the prosecutors say the killing happened. If we have it, we'll show it right now. It's a lighthearted moment with him and Paul. That is not what he was wearing when he was interviewed by police. Any idea where those clothes are? Because people are suspecting, well, maybe he shot them in those clothes and then in the short time frame, crumpled them up, got rid of them. Any idea?
Well, that seems to be the $1 million question. Definitely not the clothes he was seen on body cam when police showed up just a few hours later after the Snapchat video. No, as far as I know, they've never found those clothes unless, the prosecution pulls out a surprise. But the guns and the clothing, two very key pieces to this double homicide, missing, never found, as far as we know.
And Gigi, one last thing, because I know you have to head back into that courthouse. This is an outstanding question we haven't addressed yet. They keep bringing up a Gucci receipt, right? There was this receipt for a purchase at Gucci, something like that. I can't get a clear explanation about why the prosecutors keep bringing this up or what the significance of it is. Do you have any idea where they're going?
I have no idea, but I have theories. I'm not sure I should go there, but clearly it's important.
Well, okay, let's
Maybe
throw
it
one.
comes
Let's
in,
throw
I don't
one.
know.
Let's throw one theory out. Why not? This is okay, everybody. Disclaimer: this is Gigi's theory. It's not like this is backed up by facts or anything. But I'm curious. I need to hear something about what you might think it is.
Somebody circled that amount. Somebody wanted answers as to why that much was spent. So does it play into the mistress theory, possibly, which would be divorce kind of thing? I mean, just totally speculation on my part, but otherwise, who cares that they bought Gucci?
I don't know, but they keep bringing it up, and that again is not something that was explored that much explored at all, I should say, by the prosecution, because no one said so far that there were problems in the marriage or problems in the family, which is why this, whatever you want to call the motive put forward by the prosecution, it's at least some explanation for why somebody would want to murder their family. Gigi McKelvey, thanks for I'll
It's just my own thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I was just gonna say totally my right. Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Gigi. Appreciate it. I know you have to get back into the courtroom. All right, so I want to go back to something that happened earlier today. We were talking about some of the evidence from Murdaugh's former paralegal who testified, and she discussed the night of the murders. This is critical. Let's listen. I don't know. They keep bringing it up. Oh, do we have audio of this? There we go.
You go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it definitely, my phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And you know, obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? You know, how is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. You know, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? You know, is this something aimed at the entire family? You know, and I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. You know, we're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, you know, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, you know, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
You said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus of on everybody's mind in
Oh,
the aftermath?
absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? And that was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes.
All right. So, Bob, as I mentioned, if you believe the prosecution's motive, that is key because it basically says everything stopped when these two people were killed. But I don't want to just talk about the motive because all I've been talking with you about this morning is the motive. I'll give you a chance to jump in here. How important is this for the prosecution to establish? In other words, as I asked Alora, how strong do you think the prosecution's case is, motive aside? Oh, Bob, I might have you muted there. We just want to make sure you got it. Yeah, we got you there. Oh, I think
Muted. Can
there
you
we
hear
go.
me?
Now I got you. Yeah.
That wasn't my end, just for the record.
Oh,
So as far as the strength of the case, in terms of the totality of what they're putting out there, I mean, it's circumstantial. We knew that going in. The video, I agree with you, Jesse. I think that is the smoking gun. I think that puts.
All right, to this exhibit number 441, I find that it is admissible under Rule 801 by a party opponent. However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes. Now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. And we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
That motion is denied.
Thank you.
But the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? Because it's part of the res gestae, it may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request that whenever we get at least 404B witness testimony that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off states 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence as States 297. Let me have this input, please.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Okay. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. What? Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quit.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear 3 voices.
And tell me who you hear
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
and how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Can I have the Elmo one more time, please?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Going back to states 441. Can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him?
I did.
And you've been working, you worked with him for?
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second, left. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because your father was ill?
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband and?
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
And you got a job working at the law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
Yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alex was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alex?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day.
He would.
And he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay. And, but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And, well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie, did
I
you know?
did. Yes,
And,
sir.
and she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a
And then-
long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed, because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but you know, I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah,
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't
they did.
they? And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstatter?
I didn't meet him until we had Mr. Randolph he got the,
Order of the Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
And if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he would walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls. Wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her I'd call her back. He'd
No,
take her call.
he never put off calls with his family. He always talked to them.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph Murdaugh,
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad,
Yes, sir.
because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he, in fact, did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's
And we
what-
rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
Right. And then after, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I think.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it was became in like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alex Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alex Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards, he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy, Nanette, and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, you had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he would had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-laws and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster, with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Huey or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle?
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seckinger and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alex's office one day looking for a file and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot. And your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir, nothing happened to my job.
It's Alex who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in the evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alex, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you, or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy.
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir, as far as I know, he was.
Okay. And I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said in response to defense counsel's question that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
The people came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021 when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage. Address that microphone, address your seat. And please state your name again, and spell your last name, please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled G-U-N-N.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
I grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
All right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an envelope.
We'd be a mail
and sending it on?
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer thereafter.
Yep.
So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's then a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they received the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So, can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year. And then, am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket up here.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, 20, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly, never met a stranger. Just a, generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did, as generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so, yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over-under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams-Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
And did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would Forge, under any circumstances, accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to Forge and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. Just this is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response, after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember if the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
They never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me. Asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me. Let me rephrase that. And said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences, and obviously asked, hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Skage Conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
But at the lawyers' convention in
Yes.
Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was anybody with him?
His brother John Marvin was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages just, it's a veteran SEC-related wealth management firm.
Do you have any stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
Did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my own reports and all.
I'll stand for a moment. All right, come to order.
Showing you a document. It's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a forged consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
Exhibit 335 on the Elmo for the Jersey Sea at Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contractor.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alex Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the Skage stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia. I mean, you said you would see him in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then?
I would say, generally speaking, most of the time when I would see him, it would be because of that, yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And all the other guests, yes, sir.
Right. And so at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings. And that could have been just because of the distance between the towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned, there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of we used to call it trial lawyers, but.
I still do too.
Yeah. Of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and and there that there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster,
Every time.
and you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral,
Yes, sir, I did.
and then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother John Marvin,
Yes, sir.
and his son Buster was there too. You remember
I
that?
believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
And people were trying to lift Alex spirits up and support him during that period of time.
I think so, yes, sir.
1 second, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Excuse me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, Hudak.
Agent Hudak, how are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Where are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
All right, and what is your duties there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail? At the,
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir. I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on. We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
to, and what do we know from outside of this case? That there is this is a movie. I mean, this entire episode, this entire case involves movie-like scripts with influential families that everyone's afraid of, to curious deaths that haven't been explained, and people not being found responsible for disappearances. I mean, there's some heavy-duty intrigue that surrounds this defendant, this case, these facts, the players. And so while you're sitting there, and again, you said it could be a generator, it could be something in another courtroom, it could be a fire drill that they inopportunely scheduled for this high-profile case, or it could be something associated with some of the players, or adding to the movie-type script that this case has been rolling on up till now.
And you have been a judge. You know that it's not a light thing that when you evacuate a building, it has to be something heavy that may cause a danger to the occupants. Now, again, we don't know what it is. It could be something just as simple as a power outage or whatever. But what I'm concerned about is the effect that it may have on the continuation of the proceeds and people testifying. Talk to me about testimony in a high-profile case and handling a high-profile case as a judge, especially one like this, Alex Murdaugh, where he's accused of taking money from so many people and hurting so many people.
Well, in the context of high-profile cases, the sensitivity of the presentation of the evidence is also heightened. Jurors, and I've had dozens of jury trials, and I presided over about the same number of jury trials over the course of a couple of decades of a career. And one thing that is a very simple statement is that jurors are incredibly sensitive. It's why, as judges, we kind of explain every step of the process, and we're careful to kind of give a checkpoint to the jurors every time something happens, or to try to help them to understand when something occurs that we're afraid they may take one way or another. You never know what clothing one wears and how that's going to affect the jurors' decisions about what's going on. You never know when we say disregard that testimony, if they're able to put it to the side, because we're human, and things like that just can't be disregarded. So in a high-profile case, the sensitivities of those who are hearing the case is elevated 10 or 100 times, depending on the nature of the facts. And I would guess certainly this is true. So when we hear testimony, it all has a greater amount of significance than it would normally in jury trials.
And as a matter of fact, we're talking about it. The media is there. And it's a very interesting case. It really is. Did he do it? And can the state prove it if he did kill his wife and his son in a horrendous manner? Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here at the network. We'll try to find out what is going on in that courthouse, in that courtroom in South Carolina, and be back to you. Stay with us on the other side of this break.
No, I was.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So we saw you up there.
Yeah.
Last week.
Yeah.
But I thought
Whenever we were
everybody
here. I think.
Well, thank you for coming back. I have some breaking news for you. The Colleton County Courthouse, where the trial of Alex Murdaugh is being held, has been evacuated. Has been evacuated. Let me repeat that. Has been evacuated. Why? Due to a reported bomb threat. They're moving people away from the courthouse right now for safety. As soon as we can get to our own Gigi McKelvey, we will have her on the air to talk about what is happening at that courthouse, where Alex Murdaugh may be being moved to, and what the precautions that are being taken are in place. Again, breaking news, there has been a reported bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse where Alex Murdaugh has been on trial. Now, indeed, Fanon, let me just tell you, Judge Rucker, you talked about this earlier. We know we have a recess until about 2:30 where the judge is combining a lunch break and to try to find out what's going on. But let me ask you about this. Somebody who calls in a bomb threat in a high-profile case, who do you look for? Do you look for somebody who's just trying to make a scene, who's trying to make a name for themselves, some sick person who just wants to disrupt proceedings? Or do you look for somebody with a motive who wants to disrupt proceedings, either for Alex Murdaugh or somebody else? Who do you look for, Judge Rucker?
Well, I will say that on something like this, in this day and age, with so many people who are seeking attention, it's a needle in a haystack, unless there have been other threats that have been issued before this time that the general public was simply not made aware of, but that investigators, law enforcement, court personnel, possibly the FBI may have been aware of. And this may be the culmination of that. What we're seeing is a tip of the iceberg of somebody calling in. It very honestly could be someone who was watching this proceeding on TV because it is high profile, and they're sitting around like, ooh, let me see if I can impact this somehow. And now I'm sitting back watching, the fruits of their labors with everybody outside kind of nervous, having disrupted a nationally observed proceeding.
Now, Judge,
Or
let me
it
just
could
stop
be a
you.
child.
Let me just ask you right now, because we're seeing our pictures, our photographer is taking right outside the courthouse. What is happening there? Let me ask you this. We talked just before we went back in the courtroom about the effect of things on jurors in a high-profile case. Here, I don't know when, if the jury is being told that there has been a reported bomb threat, but you and I both know that if they haven't been told, they will learn it. That jurors learn these things, all right? Because the family members will be around, they'll be concerned about them. The jurors concerned for their own safety in a case like this, how does this now impact it?
Well, what we do know is historically there have been cases where jurors after the fact have talked about, what they had going on, or jurors who have been dismissed have discussed how they were aware of the public clamor or things going on outside that could potentially, cause risk to their own families or to their decisions. And so certainly where they have been rapidly evacuated from the middle of the trial, you're right, they're going to find out what happened. The judge may even tell them himself, so that there's not so many open-ended questions about what's going on, thinking that their sensitivities may be better served by letting them know what happened. But everything everything that occurs in a courtroom during a jury trial is going to cause the jury to have a raised eyebrow and a second view of what it is that they're involved in. And I'm certain that these events will do this with this jury.
So, Judge, as we're looking at these pictures that our photographer from the Law and Crime Network was taking outside the Colleton County Courthouse, which has been evacuated for a reported bomb threat, and the trial of Alex Murdaugh will be in recess until 2:30 p.m. Let me ask you this as a judge. Do you have to bring that jury in one by one and ask them whether this has any impact on them?
Certainly that would be an appropriate thing. That would be an appropriate thing, and I would not be surprised if the judge does that. Again, the sensitivities of the jurors always has to be kept in mind. And if there is any concern that this incident has caused any one of them, because any one of them can cause a decision to be rendered one way or the other, or a mistrial. So if there's any concern that this evacuation and the potential bomb threat or the potential threat that they're under as a result of this trial has caused, then yes, I think it would be appropriate, not required, but certainly would be appropriate.
How about the witnesses, Judge? Talk to me two things. I'm going to give you an A and a comma. Witnesses who have not yet testified, or remember, the defense is going to say, if I'm the defense, that Alex Murdaugh had a lot of enemies, and we talked about this prior to the bomb threat, and therefore there are a lot of suspects out there. Does this lead into that for them? Are they going to be able to use this in any way, or would you, as a judge, make a ruling that they can't?
No, I would, as a judge, I would certainly issue a ruling or a determination that it would not be appropriate for the jurors to remark, for the defense or the prosecution to remark in any way on this incident unless investigations reveal right now or in the very near future that someone associated with either the state or the defense or a potential witness was was involved in this. If that information comes out, then I'd say, yeah, you all have at it. But otherwise, it's speculative. And because of the innumerable possible sources of this call-in threat or however it came in, it would be unfair and irrational for the jurors to be able to hear testimony about what this may be related to and why they should take that in consideration for their decision.
And as telling the viewers again who may have just tuned in, the trial of Alex Murdaugh has been adjourned until 2:30 p.m. because there was a reported bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse. The courthouse is being evacuated, has been evacuated. We're waiting for our own Gigi McKelvey to get to a safe place as the law enforcement is going to investigate this to make sure no one will be harmed. Right now, it's just a reported bomb threat. We hope, obviously, that it's not a real bomb that has been placed. But Judge, if you are now sitting on this case, and I bring you back to this, we have a lot of people now impacted, whether they be witnesses, whether they be reporters, whether they be the participants, the prosecution, the defense in regard to this. And at this point, we still don't know if that's a real bomb threat or if it was somebody just trying to make a name for themselves. So you're sitting there, you're Judge Newman right now. What information do you want to make sure that everyone is safe going forward and that this does not impact witnesses' testimony, witnesses coming forward, or jurors?
Well, certainly I call in court security. I have a conversation with whatever chief law enforcement or supervisor is in charge of the scene, and I ask them very directly if there is evidence that this was related to anyone who was involved in this case. And certainly the court, or the law enforcement have to have limitations on what they reveal, but to the judge involved in this case, they would at least give preliminary information if they have it. And I, as the judge, would ask that information to ensure that this case could go forward safely. It's safely for the witnesses, safely for the jurors, and really for myself before we go back into that courtroom and resume testimony. And I'd also want to know if this was an isolated incident that we don't have to keep worrying about this, or if we have to be concerned that every hour, every 2 hours, every day, there's going to be an emergency evacuation while we, look into something that most likely is not legitimate.
Yeah. Judge, let's go forward on that because, again, right now our viewers are watching from our own photographer who is taking pictures outside the Colleton County Courthouse from a far enough distance so that everyone is safe, including everyone inside the courthouse, including the judge who has to be evacuated. So he has to go someplace else, right, to run his courtroom, to get information. Now, you have family members of jurors who are watching this, right? And they don't know whether this is a real bomb threat or not. What, as a judge, would you say to the family members of the jurors who have to decide this case fairly? Because one of the things that has been just around this trial, it's been like the elephant in the room, is that the Murdaugh family is so powerful that maybe no one, even the state, can't get a fair trial. So what would you say to the jurors at this point, the family members of those jurors, about the safety?
Well, I mean, I just reinforce that, you know, we do have within the court system and generally within our society some very powerful investigative and enforcement tools to protect individuals who are part of the system. I would reinforce that understanding to the jurors and to their families. And I would remind the jurors' families that their family members are, underwent a pretty intense process to be able to sit on this jury in judgment. They're thoughtful, they're careful, they're introspective. That was all the things that was concluded for them to be able to sit in this jury. And certainly, if any fear or concern for their safety or their family safety, that they should be assured that that would be communicated to the judge and that person would be adequately protected and possibly even released.
So if you are thinking about this from an outsider or the judge sitting on the case, Judge Newman, who obviously has been moved to another location because he will not be in the courthouse getting phone calls or running this case, who would you be looking at again? Now, do you think it was somebody who wanted to disrupt the proceedings because they didn't like the evidence? Or what is your leaning as a person, a judge who's had a number of high-profile cases? Do you think this is some crackpot who wants to disrupt the evidence because that way they control the media, control the prosecution, control the defense?
Honestly, that's more what I'm looking at right now. Like I said, this case is like a movie, and so the potential players or potential individuals who could be involved and why this could be happening really has an endless stream of thought. But what I also know about our society, look at social media, look at the television. People film themselves committing murders. People post anything to get likes and retweets and to get people to look at them. I can truly see this being someone who is delighting in the fact that they were able to cause conflict and chaos while they're watching it happen on TV, really completely unconnected to this case. I can see that possibly being true. What would really be at the heart of whether or not we'll find out who this is, again, is whether or not law enforcement has received other information or threats before this day, before this happened, that could lead them to understand that someone was likely going to do this and even lead to that particular person.
Let me remind our viewers a couple of things. One, the courthouse in Colleton County has been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat, we're being told, and the Alex Murdaugh trial is in recess till 2:30. And when we left, it was Brian Hudock. He was a SLED agent, a South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agent who had just started his direct. I mean, barely got his name out with some questions that were just at the beginning of what he was going to tell the jury, when the judge promptly, immediately, and quickly and without notice said, we have to adjourn this trial. So, Judge, how important is it, number one, to take threats like this seriously, and when you take threats like this seriously, how important will it be to find the person so you can try to make an example that this cannot be done to ruin any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding, justice proceeding, I should say, in the future?
That's right. It's so incredibly important. I mean, look at the time and resources spent halting the trial, removing individuals. They're doing a complete sweep of the courthouse now with a bomb detecting dog or some other type of technology equipment in order to detect, what may be devices. Heaven forbid they find something. But if this is not true, look at the potential every time anywhere around the country someone decides to do this same thing. So it is incredibly important that all available resources are expended to find, identify, prosecute, and punish whoever is responsible for this so that it can be clearly understood that this is absolutely unacceptable, and those that do it will in fact be held responsible. You know, technology in the world today is so advanced that it's so easy to trace what people are doing, where people are, almost what people are thinking at any given time, that it's hard to believe that people believe they can do this and get away with it. And again, with what they're having to do because of this threat, there are going to be all efforts to find who did it. And it is important that they actually find this person, and quickly, so that those who are conducting the trial can be comfortable in knowing that they don't have to worry about the legitimate threat or even the disruption of threats like this in the future.
Now, Judge, I'll remind our viewers again that there has been an alleged bomb threat we are hearing and reported at the Colleton County Courthouse, that the courthouse that housed the trial for Alex Murdaugh has been evacuated until 2:30. Now, Judge, even though it's been evacuated to 2:30 and the judge may have to bring people back in, including the witness who was on the stand from SLED, Mr. Hudak, let me say to you this. We now see traffic around, that's not at the courthouse, but around the town, Walterboro, proceeding. But that doesn't mean that there's not a great impact that's going to go around that town, does it? That indeed Alex Murdaugh himself is maybe in a case that subjected everyone to a bomb threat. Do they now hate him more? Do you think jurors would hate him more because of that, because they think that maybe he would be the target of the bomb threat? Or do you think it's the other way around, that they think there's some crackpot who likes the Murdaugh family and wants to disrupt the proceeding?
I don't know. It'll be hard for the jurors without some specific instruction from the court or other sources to relate this specifically to the defendant. I think that would be a tough conclusion for them to reach. I understand, as I've said many times, jurors are extremely sensitive and look at a jaundiced eye with everything that occurs. But I would suggest that for them to project their anger or dislike on the defendant for this incident would be a little tough.
So let me ask you this: law enforcement, they have to protect everyone, right? The jurors and all. But what about the defendant who's in custody and his family? How does law enforcement go about protecting them? Because and I know the defense is going to say that this was a threat that may have been directed against the Colleton County Courthouse, but the defense is going to try to argue that it was really directed against Alex Murdaugh.
Law enforcement does have an obligation when they are aware of threats, general or definitely specific, even against the most hated defendant, serial killer that may walk the face of the earth. They still do have a sworn duty to provide protection to that individual. I'm not suggesting that he is in that same category, but I'm just saying that there's nowhere on the spectrum of defendants that law enforcement has a lower duty to provide protection. So certainly they would have the duty to do the same here. I'm guessing that he has additional security because of this bomb threat. If there were two deputies that were accompanying and escorting him before, there may be 4 or 5. There may be even deputies now with some type of protective gear and maybe even put on him as a result of this. And again, we're seeing this particular bomb threat, but we don't know whether there were other threats, unspecified or unsubstantiated threats that were made over the course of the last year, either against the defendant, as high profile and as apparently as bad of an actor as he is with many enemies, or just against people involved in this case altogether. We don't know whether that's the case, but law enforcement certainly does know. And if they did receive those, they're responding accordingly and specifically with protection for those individuals they believe may be targets.
Judge Rucker, I can't think of a better guest to have on as we continue to discuss the bomb threat that it's been reportedly made at the Colleton County Courthouse in the trial of Alex Murdaugh. And of course, trial has been suspended for the moment to at least 2:30. So let me ask you this, Judge. There are a lot of other people that need to be protected. There's the public, and there's also the media. Could there be an argument made by any of the attorneys that the media, it's because of the media that you were getting this bomb threat and that the judge closes the courtroom? Or how do we protect the media and the First Amendment here from actually seeing this process work itself out? As we see, everyone now is outside the courthouse, a far distance away in case there is a bomb, so that everyone is safe. Because we have to remember, we're reporting an alleged bomb threat. That does not mean that there isn't an instrument or an item or a bomb that somewhere's planted in or around that courthouse. Judge.
Well, anyone who would suggest that the media is somehow responsible for this errant act of some criminal would have to make the same argument that a person who exercised their Fifth Amendment right in court is responsible for other people committing crimes. They would have to argue that individuals who have killed blacks over years are, for exercising their 15th Amendment right to vote, are responsible for their own. I mean, the First Amendment gives the media the right to be present, and it gives us as the public to understand and to know and to see through purposes of transparency what's happening in our court system, what's happening in our justice system, to see that justice is being served. So certainly, I don't think anyone rationally or reasonably could suggest that the media and their presence and their engagement in this case is in any way responsible for this occurring. Certainly, what we can say is that because it is public and because it is of interest, someone could have, with the desire to get attention and to get satisfaction, is sitting back watching this because they called this threat in, causing all of this chaos.
And Judge, we have about a minute to go. I know you said you'd issue an order that no person can, no defendant or the state can refer to the bomb threat. But what if the defense comes to you and says, we've been saying that there were two shooters. We've been saying that Alex Murdaugh had enemies. We now want to use this bomb threat to show you he has enemies. Depending on the wording of the bomb threat, they may have an argument, Judge.
Certainly understanding that the defense is entitled to reasonable arguments and support and advocacy of the defendant, there has to be some rational relationship between the defense and the testimony that they seek to elicit. Seeking to use a random bomb threat without information of the source of it or the cause of it or the connection of it would require, in my opinion and in my decision, it to be excluded unless they can present evidence of a connection between these anonymous, random potential other shooters and this bomb threat. And I'll just suggest to you, I know that it's a recess until 2:30. I would be very surprised if there's any more testimony or any more proceedings today with as significant of a disruption as this is causing just for this past half hour. I don't think there's going to be any more proceedings today.
You know, Judge, you took my last question before the break right out of my mouth and answered it. Very, very interesting because, of course, if there is any wording that would suggest it was against Alex Murdaugh himself, the question is, was that real or was that a feigned suggestion? Okay, we're going to take a very quick break here at the Law and Crime Murdaugh. We'll see you on the other side. Right now, there is a break in the trial of Alex Murdaugh. The Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated because of a bomb threat. Stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network.
Do you need to have a microphone?
No, they just want me to call in.
Okay.
They don't think there'll be any more testimony today. Or at least the ex-judge they had on. Man, that's cool. That's Charles. Hello? Hey.
Yes, we do. Yes, yes, yes.
I can hear you just fine.
I can hear, yeah. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. As you know, I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, and we have been breaking news right now. The Carleton County Courthouse has been evacuated due to a reported bomb threat. They are in recess until 2:30 p.m. or until the issue is resolved. Our very own Gigi McKelvey was inside that courtroom when the bomb threat was announced. Gigi is on the phone with us because she can't get back to her tent where she could broadcast, but I know you won't leave us because we're going to be showing you pictures of what Gigi is seeing on the ground outside that courthouse. Gigi, I'm so glad you're out of the courtroom, that you're safe, but tell us, what was the atmosphere like inside that courtroom?
Well, it all happened really fast. We heard a radio go off, like a police radio. The judge tells the jury that they're going to have a quick recess. And then after about 30 seconds, the judge just stands up and tells us we have to evacuate. They put people in place, kind of a rush to get down the stairs, and they told everybody to be careful. So there was a little bit of urgency, especially with just members of the public who might not be used to these things happening during trials. And, so we all made it out safely, but we were moved to the opposite side of the street from the courthouse. We cannot cross the road. There's lots of cop cars that are just blocking off these little side streets right next to the courthouse right now. So a lot of activity, but there are cars going in front of the courthouse. So they haven't blocked the road right in front of, ironically.
Yeah,
So,
it's interesting, Gigi. We were commenting on that on the air, that we saw the cars going back and forth. But did you know that there was a bomb threat? When did you learn that it was a alleged bomb threat?
Once I got outside and got across the street, just talked to somebody who had spoken to an officer, and they said it was a bomb threat. And so I made my way down to where they bring Alec in, and I didn't see it, but I was told they rushed him out of there, went the opposite way they normally bring him, or take him back rather. And so they got him out of here quickly and let family out of the courthouse first, by the way. They were escorted out super quickly, then we followed behind. So right now, just a lot of uncertainty. You know, are we going to have testimony resume today? And what's going on? Is this just some bored person at home that wants to cause a stink? We just don't know yet. Answers are not plentiful at the moment.
So Gigi, when you said the jury was got up and was told to get up and leave, and they rushed them out right now or immediately, it appears that at that point, when the judge was talking to them, he did not inform them that this could be a bomb threat that could lead to some kind of unsafety. Certainly, the courthouse being evacuated at that point. Do you know if they have learned?
I would assume by now they've probably learned why. I mean, I can't imagine that they would think this is a typical recess. There are sirens going off in the background right now, as you can hear. The courthouse is completely empty, so they've had to be moved out of the courthouse, obviously. So I would assume they understand this is something not, you know, typical or anything that is small. Very tight. They're not letting anybody, where we stage normally, we cannot access that right now, which is the reason I'm not on camera with you. We can't even get to our personal belongings. They're just keeping that parameter around the courthouse from all sides.
So Gigi, they would have had to take the jury obviously somewhere and the judge somewhere. I assume that that's being kept very quiet. But the family members of the jurors, is there any word on the street whether the jury is going to be allowed to speak to their own family members? Because I'm sure if I had a loved one on the jury, I'd be calling their cell phone right now, because they're not sequestered, are they?
They're not sequestered. Let's just hope that their family members are tuned into Law and Crime Network, where they can see that as of right now, everything's okay with the courthouse. And but yeah, I'm sure that family are making calls. But as of right now, we don't have any indication anything has happened. But you know, it still seems to be a very fluid situation. There's a lot of law enforcement coming and going. Some will kind of fly up the road and you think maybe they're onto something, and then you see somebody with their dog in the car go right past the courthouse in their personal car. So it's a little hard to judge the urgency of what's going on. Seems to be a sense of urgency and then a lot of looky-loos driving right past the courthouse. So we're listening to anybody who's talking about what might be going on, trying to get more information for you guys.
And Gigi, we are obviously seeing pictures of the courthouse right now. We see some law enforcement officers kind of strolling around, which I think is good, because hopefully that means that this was a threat, but not an actual bomb, which we can't, we have to be clear. But are you surprised that in Walterboro, South Carolina, in the Colleton County Courthouse, that we would have a bomb threat in this trial of Alex Murdaugh?
I'm not surprised. I mean, this is a huge case. It's a worldwide case. There's worldwide interest. And so, I'm not surprised. Even though this is a nice small town for the most part, you bring somebody like Alex Murdaugh, who's accused of what he's accused of here, you might bring a few things like this with you that normally isn't typical for Walterboro. I actually just saw a fire and rescue pull up, but not sure if they're just here as a precaution or he's basically strolling, so I don't see any sense of urgency. But I hear sirens in the distance still headed this way. So still there's a response going on.
I guess, Gigi, the question is, do you see a bomb unit truck or a bomb sniffing dogs?
I have been looking and I have not. I saw a cute little Maltipoo on a leash, so I assume that's not the bomb dog. But as of right now, have not seen any kind of bomb squad or any kind of vehicle to indicate that they are here yet, but then they could be on the opposite side of the courthouse too.
Yeah, Gigi, Judge Fanon Rucker was on with me for an hour, and I want to belatedly thank him because he gave us some insights about what judges are happening. But we talked about the idea that this could be somebody who wants to influence the procedures, the proceeding. Could it be somebody, or is there any word on the street that it could be somebody, either A, who hates the Murdaugh family, feeding into the defense theme that he had enemies, or B, wants to protect the Murdaugh family, and this is some kind of conspiracy to try to get these proceedings to stop?
Look, this has been such a crazy case. Nothing would surprise me about this bomb threat. A lot of people really just are sort of saying it's probably somebody at home who's bored or wanted to cause a little rift. But, so as of right now, I think anything's possible with this case. Come on, it's so convoluted. Let's just add a bomb threat on.
Now, Gigi, again, we are looking at what you are seeing. Our photographer and you are so kindly panning around to see exactly what is happening outside the Colleton County Courthouse, which has been evacuated in the trial of Alex Murdaugh and won't resume to at least 2:30 p.m. But let me ask you this. There's been so much around this case about whether or not the Murdaugh family has power to try to get proceedings to stop, and whether or not some of the family members will get justice, not the financial, but whether or not he really will be brought to trial fully for a jury to find a verdict one way or another of whether he killed his son Paul or his wife Maggie. What is the thought about the conspiracy of the family members doing something like this as opposed to some crazy wacko who wants to get attention?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised at the theories and the speculation. It seems to happen in cases of this caliber, but I really just I don't see the family doing this, to be honest. I mean, I don't know why you would put yourself at risk of being arrested to just empty out the courthouse for a day. It doesn't make sense to me, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, and Gigi, joining us is Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott Morgan. I'm sorry, I'm so enamored of what's happening there, Gigi. What's going on and how calm you are. Let me bring him in for some thoughts. Joseph, are you there, sir?
I am here. How are
Okay,
you,
we
friend?
have Gigi McKelvey on the phone, who has been evacuated from the courthouse. Joseph, you are sitting on that jury right now. You have probably been told right now that you have been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat. You as a jury, what are your feelings? And you as somebody in law enforcement all your life and in the justice system all your life, what are your feelings as to what must be done and how this should proceed?
Well, if you're talking about an everyday, average, run-of-the-mill citizen who occupies that space, I'm saying, hey, I didn't sign up for this. It's already been nutty enough, as Gigi had pointed out. And you think about, and I'm very curious relative to jury behavior, how this is going to impact them as they go back into that jury box eventually, and they're sitting there and they're listening to all of the proceedings. They're having to take all of this in. Does this prejudice them in any way whatsoever? And remember, Linda, we're in a highly technical phase of this case right now. We've been talking about forensics for a while. It requires every bit of your power relative to attention, because these are waters these people don't normally swim in, and God bless them. I'm glad that they don't have to. That's for people like us to do. But they're having to pay attention and listen to this stuff, highly technical data. And now this is going to be in the back of their mind. I cannot help but think that this does impact them. Can you imagine sitting there? They evacuate you out of the place. They've had to remove you. Where in the world are they going to take them to?
So Joseph, is it important then, and I'm going to ask Gigi to comment on this first, is it important then in your mind, both of your minds, Gigi, first, to find the person immediately who called in the bomb threat, and that it's just a threat, that it's not a real bomb that's been planted here? Is that important for the sanctity of these proceedings so that the case against Alex Murdaugh can proceed in the Colleton County Courthouse? Or do you move the case?
Well, I mean, if we find out it came from states away, then I think you've got your answer that this is just some person that wanted to cause a stink. If it came from close by, then, I guess they're definitely going to have to take a little bit better look at the safety of everybody inside that building, and not just Alex Murdaugh, but the jury and the spectators and the media, everybody, staff. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. No movement here. I mean, we're still cornered off. There's more law enforcement cars pulling up, blocking these roads off, except for the main thoroughway right in front of the Wildlife Center where the media stages. That's still moving. Like I say, they haven't blocked off the street in front of the courthouse still. I just walked back up here. So just side roads, but the main road is accessible right now. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I'm sure they'll be able to quickly trace down the subject of it if it came through in a call.
And Joseph, we do not know whether it came through in a call or not, but what tools does law enforcement have to find out, number one, where it came from, whether it's the internet or a call? Number two, to find out whether or not that huge structure, which we fondly refer to as the Carleton County White House, sometimes on the air here, doesn't have some type of incendiary device that's been planted, not necessarily even in the courthouse, but around the courthouse to protect everyone.
Well, first off, let's take that, because the immediate safety of a location is preeminent in all of this. So trust me, South Carolina has the resources to begin to sweep that area, particularly with canines and people that are involved in explosive ordnance. And they will do that immediately. Do not be surprised if you see those trucks roll up. They'll probably task from the state. Now, to the greater issue, here's the important thing. If this overextends the resources of the state, of SLED, their chief investigative agency, to track this person down, they were probably going to call some of their resources to bear from places like the ATF and the FBI. And if you want to assure the people in this location that everything is okay, what they need to do, hop on this person, get the cameras out there and perp walk them out of their home, see that they're in custody, and get them down to the local courthouse and do whatever that the lawyers and the judges are going to do down there to press charges against this person.
And Joseph and Gigi, let me go to you first, because you were in the courtroom when you were evacuated. The Carleton County Courthouse, I repeat, has been evacuated. It's the case, the courthouse that has been housing the trial of Alex Murdaugh for a double murder, the homicide of his wife and his son, Paul, young son, Paul, 22 years old. Gigi, let me go to you first. Did you see, or can you tell where the jurors have been evacuated to?
No, they took them out of the normal door that they bring them in and take them out of. So we did not see them, because as soon as they were out of sight, the judge stood up and said, we have to evacuate. So we never saw the jury pass. Normally we have to stop at the very bottom of the stairs if they're bringing the jury through, but we did not. They were getting all of us evacuated. So we never saw the jury after the judge told them we were going to a recess.
And Joseph, we are seeing pictures outside that our photographer is taking, doing their job so well, Gigi and our photographer from the Law and Crime Network, so that you could see what they are seeing in this evacuation process. But Joseph, going back to making sure that the courthouse is safe, what kind of devices itself do they have besides the bomb-seeking dogs? Is there some type of drone that carries a heat seeker or whatever? Because that is a really big place there.
Yeah, it is. And I would imagine more than likely they would have swept the area to a certain degree to look through there, just eyes on. If they identify anything that looks suspicious, they'll bring out the robot. They'll walk the robot through there or move the robot through there, and to assess any kind of packages or anything that are left behind. As far as in-house drone technology, I don't have any knowledge of that, but I can tell you robots have always been kind of the default position to keep as much distance between law enforcement agents and the explosive device. If they find something there, they're going to try to neutralize it. And hey, if they do find something there, I can guarantee you they're not going to come back into session today. This is going to be a long, painstaking process if they do find something. If not, they clear it. I think that everything will be made safe at that point.
Yeah, Gigi, Judge Fernand Rucker said he doubted as a judge that you could go back into session today, unless it's merely for the asking of juror questions about how this may impact them. Was there any talk going down the stairs, or have you heard anything being out there on the street from anyone about what the judge is going to do about the jury when he brings them back in, if it is today?
Yeah, no, we haven't heard. That seems to be the question we're all asking each other is, are we coming back at 2:30? Right now, it's just still a very active scene. I'm walking towards our camera guy right now. You can see that this main road is open, but right in front of me, there's cop cars blocking one lane of the highway. But yeah, and then there's several emergency vehicles all around that they seem staged more than being used. So right now, it just doesn't seem like anybody has seen a bomb squad truck or anything like that yet. So that's kind of the next step we're waiting on, is to see that roll up.
Hey,
All right.
Linda.
Yeah, Joseph.
Linda,
Yeah,
what?
Joseph.
Yeah. One more thing. I can tell you this is going to be the result no matter what happens. You're going to see an increased police presence around the perimeter of the courthouse moving forward as this case continues to move through the process of being adjudicated. You're going to see a heightened level of presence of law enforcement there on site, just to reassure everybody, because this is something these people are not used to. Not that anybody is, but in this small kind of out of the way little place that's safe and secure, it's terrifying for these folks.
Yeah, and I see a car backing up there. We don't know why that's happening. Maybe law enforcement. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break. We still have our eyes and ears on that courthouse outside. Gigi McKelvey will be there. Our Law and Crime Network photographer will be there. Joseph Scott Morgan will stay with me. Again, breaking news. The Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated. An alleged bomb threat that is now being investigated during the trial of Alex Murdaugh. Stay with us here. See you on the other side of the break.
All right, awesome. Ready to hang out with you twice. What you do? Yes. And I tell you, it's been an experience right here.
Any knowledge of what's going on? Neither of us grabbed our tripods quick enough?
Yeah. Yeah, mine's locked down. Seems like there's
I want to welcome you back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Yes, what you are looking at right now are scenes outside the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Now, why are you seeing outside the courthouse? Because we have breaking news that there was an alleged bomb threat. It's been reported, and the courthouse has been evacuated to at least 2:30 and maybe longer. And why is that important? Because it was where the trial of Alex Murdaugh was taking place for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Again, the Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated evacuated for an alleged bomb threat that's been reported to us, and that we will see whether or not the court will be back in session later on today. And hopefully it is just a threat and it's not an actual bomb. But our own Gigi McKelvey has been on the ground there. She was actually in the courtroom when the bomb threat occurred. And she's also joined here by Joseph Scott Morgan. We're here to take your questions. But Gigi, let me go to you first. Let me see the atmosphere inside the courtroom. You told us what happened inside the courtroom. What happened when you were going down the stairs and people were unsure of whether or not this was a bomb or not?
Well, I think the urgency, you know, when the judge obviously said we have to evacuate the building, a lot of people were very anxious to get down the stairs. So they yelled out, you know, go slow. We don't want anybody hurt. Somebody says there's a lot of lawyers around here if you get hurt, which brought some laughter, a little light moment. But, you know, everybody was moving with purpose for sure. And they were definitely ushering us out of the building, holding the door open, told us to go, get across the street. And that's where we've been for however long now.
And did you see Alex Murdaugh or the jury being evacuated, Gigi?
I did not see either, but I did hear that they got Alec out of here very quickly, took him the opposite way they normally would leave with him, with obviously heavy police escort. So he was taken out really probably before we even got down the stairs. So yeah, they got him. There's a large presence on the side of the courthouse where there's a lot of little stores lined up on kind of a main street. So I don't know if maybe that's, you know, to protect the members of the jury if they take him in that direction. But there does seem to be a really heavy police presence. They just put up a barrier where you can't even go down that road. There's a lot of people coming out just, I guess, that are local now to see what's going on. Lots of traffic increase. I see people parking now to kind of get out and look. So definitely a big, scary thing for this very small, quaint community today.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, you have been in the justice system all of your life. I know here in New York City, where I am right now, when we see that bomb truck go down the street, usually the one that's following a cavalcade of cars or somebody important, it's always scary when you see it stop and people come out of the top. Is that what you would be looking for here to know whether or not there is a real bomb or whether or not law enforcement, SLED, and whoever has been called in is actually looking for the perpetrator of the threat, whether it be by mail, phone call, or whatever?
Yeah, many times you'll see some of these agencies will leave them unmarked. It'll look like a big box truck, almost like an ambulance, if you will, but it'll be kind of black in appearance or blue. It'll have lights. It won't be a slick top because they have to make it through traffic like they do in Manhattan. You see, you know, these vehicles have to have lights to get through. One of the things that you might notice is that if this is going to be a federal agency rolling up, my money would probably be, if they have a threat, it's going to be ATF that'll show up. I don't know where they would be sourced out of. I don't know if they have resources in Charleston or if they'd have to go all the way to Columbia, but they would have a unit, or maybe Savannah, because Savannah is not that far away. They could source something up there from that. So trust me, all eyes are on this and they're looking into what resources they have. I would imagine if they found anything suspicious, you'd see this perimeter move further and further back, because if there's one, there might be two. I'm thinking back to Eric Rudolph, who left secondary devices.
Explain who he is, Joseph. Explain who Eric Rudolph was.
Yeah, the Olympic Park bomber. I was with the ME's office when that bomb went off back in 1996. And of course, he bombed the abortion clinic, and there was a secondary device there back in a dumpster. He had bombs that went off in Birmingham, this sort of thing. So they'll draw you in many times with an initial device. Once the assets show up, a second device that's sitting there might be detonated. And that's one of the things you have to be careful about in these particular cases.
So Joseph, what you're telling us then is that if this is a real bomb that's been planted as opposed to a bomb threat, which is also incredibly serious for the effects it's called, but that it had to be somebody who had access to the perimeter or the surrounds of the courthouse.
Yeah, they would physically have to have physical access to this location to walk it in and drop it off. You know, I saw the line queuing up yesterday, and the line, you know, the population, Gigi can probably speak better to this. My sense is, however, that there are more people there than have been in the past few days or weeks leading up. It seems like this is growing. kind of all of the eyes on this trial. So the more people you have in the mix, more eyes that are on it, certainly more eyes that are on it nationally, you're going to draw attention to it. And there's no telling who's out there that might want to get their voice heard in some twisted way, or present something, or just be a general nuisance. And of course, that happens many times. You have people that call in bomb threats to all sorts of locations. It happens in courthouses. It happens, unfortunately, in schools, office buildings, and then it turns out to be nothing. But you can't treat it like that. You have to take this very, very seriously, because we've seen what happens when you don't.
Yeah. Now, we are taking your questions from YouTube. We have a question from Davisha. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, from YouTube, wanting to know, do we know how the bomb threat was submitted? Was it an online or a phone call? Gigi McKelvey, you're there. You were in the courtroom.
We do not know. He did not elaborate. He just told us to evacuate. And I haven't heard anything here on the ground from anybody yet. Seems like they're not talking about the context of what was said or how it was communicated. So we are actively trying to ask people, though, so we can find out an answer for you guys. But still just heavy police presence. But like Mr. Morgan said, the parameter has not changed. Still traffic moving freely within feet of the courthouse. So, that's a little reassuring in itself. But I still have not seen any kind of bomb squad or any kind of canines or anything like that yet.
Okay, we have another question from Kuda Brown from YouTube. Joseph, you were covering the Darrell Brooks case, or Darrell Brooks, depending on which day he pronounced his name, with us. Was there a bomb threat in that case also? I can't remember. And of course, if Joseph can't, we will look it up for you and we will answer your question. But Joseph.
Love that handle, Cooter Brown. Yeah, I honestly, I don't have recall on that. Now, I did cover that case, but I don't have recall as to whether or not that there was a threat in that particular time period. I'm sure our producers can find that information.
I'm sure they can too. Now, let me just tell you, my understanding is that the sheriff's office, right, the Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued a statement. The Colleton County Sheriff's Office urges citizens to use an alternate route of travel and will update travel conditions as needed. Also, from the Scott Grooms, the City of Waterboro Director of Media Operations, confirms that the Sheriff's Office is, and I'll put it in quotes, sweeping the courthouse right now. The Sheriff's Office is sweeping the courthouse right now. And indeed, the Colleton County Sheriff's Office has urged citizens to use an alternate route of travel and will update travel conditions or traffic conditions as needed. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the thoughts from Joseph Scott Morgan on this and Gigi McKelvey, who was in the Colleton County Courthouse when the trial of Alex Murdaugh had to be stopped immediately, quickly, so that the courthouse could be evacuated for a bomb threat. Stay with us. We are the Law and Crime Network.
I'll talk to you later.
I'm sorry.
That's a good thing. I'm good.
Welcome back to the Long Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. What you're seeing right now is outside the Carleton County Courthouse, where the trial of Alex Murdaugh has been stopped in a dead in its tracks, I should say, as a bomb threat was called into or released or emailed to the courthouse. We don't not sure how, but let me read to you from SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. A bomb threat was received by the Carleton County Courthouse personnel. The building has been evacuated, and SLED, along with the Carleton County Sheriff's Office, are investigating the threat. Now, Scott Grooms for the city of Waterboro, where the courthouse is located, Director of Media Relations, confirms that the Sheriff's Office is now sweeping the courthouse as we speak and bring you these pictures from our Long Crime Network photographer who's there with our own Gigi McKelvey. And also, the Carleton County Sheriff's Office has urged citizens for an alternate route of travel, to use an alternate route of travel as needed because of this bomb threat and the precautions that are being taken to protect everyone in case it is more than a threat. Our own Gigi McKelvey was in that courthouse, in that courtroom, when Judge Newman promptly stopped the trial. Gigi, do you know what update is happening? Is there a bomb squad truck on the scene?
Well, I just heard that they are sending the bomb squad from Somerville, which is about 40 minutes away. I'm sure they're probably a lot closer than that now. We've been out here clearly 40 minutes. So, yeah, Somerville, we were wondering, that's a little bit closer than Charleston and Savannah. So we're assuming it's SLED that's sending their bomb squad, but still haven't seen them yet. I'm trying to kind of walk around the courthouse in a big circle to see if they've arrived yet.
Joseph Scott Morgan, let me bring you into this. We have a number of chatters and questions from our YouTube viewers. Dragon Zone asks, who would do a bomb threat? And if it was made by the defense, I'm going to add, what do you do? Joseph Scott Morgan. And by the way, we don't have any indication that that's the case right now. This is an if question.
Yeah, if. Well, it would certainly, it would be a matter of, first off, finding out what the source of the call was. Who was it, what their motivation was, and any kind of attachment they might have to anybody involved in the case. and they would have to pursue that separately as an investigation. And trust me, it would be a full court press on this. This just initiated, so this is going to be real-time data that they're going to have coming in from whatever the source was, whether it was phoned in or if it was some kind of internet chatter, maybe it was an email, who knows at this point in time, it's too early to tell. But that will be traced back and tracked. And trust me on this, Linda, they've got this thing locked down relative to the data, not just the building itself, but this is something they're going to be really digging into. Just think just for a moment, and you've been a trial lawyer for a long time, just think just for a moment how much the state of South Carolina has invested in this case. And this is not something they're just going to passively sit back and say, oh, well, you know, this happens. That's not going to happen in this case. Whoever did this, they're going to track them down. And I can assure you, the state attorney general is going to look into this, and they'll probably be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
As well, I will add, should they, for the disruption of proceedings and the implications that have been going on here. Let me ask Gigi, you are outside the courthouse with our photographer whose pictures you're seeing, but the media question is from 50, is S2 Media, okay? Has a question from YouTube. Will this now become a closed trial?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, you know, who knows? It's very high profile. I mean, we've been seeing the public, you know, fill the seats up, especially in the morning. The afternoon, it's a little more empty, but as high profile of a trial as this is, I'll be curious to see what restrictions the judge may place on proceedings, depending on what we find out as far as who called in this threat or who communicated this threat to the courthouse.
And we also have another question, Rebel67 from YouTube, and I'm not sure whether this means cameras that are filming inside the courthouse for security or cameras, but do they have cameras around the courthouse? Joseph Scott Morgan, would there be security cameras around the courthouse? Because we see our own camera person who is with Gigi McKelvey taking pictures of what's happening outside the Colleton County Courthouse right now. But would something like this courthouse have security cameras all over the place?
You would hope that they would, and that they would be functioning. It's one thing to have cameras, but are they functioning? We've heard this time and time again when we're watching cases. I hope that they're on top of this, but also, and this might be a motivation for whoever it is that called this in, this is very high profile. And you have to think about this. There's swarms of media all over this case in this courthouse, and there's a lot of eyes on. So you have all of the other videography that's going on as well. Anything that looks suspicious, anything that they can tie back to a specific location, they're going to pull that and they're going to hang on to it and analyze it very, very carefully.
Yeah, and I'm standing on the side
and
of
you
the
know
courthouse,
what?
actually.
Go ahead,
sorry.
Gigi. Finish.
Yeah,
Gigi,
no,
finish
please go ahead. No,
I was
go
just
ahead,
going to say,
Gigi.
I'm standing on the side of the courthouse where they normally bring Alec in, and I just counted 4 security cameras on the outside, just on this one side.
All right. With that, you know what? We have a number of your questions from YouTube. We're going to try to answer them. But right now, we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you. But the breaking news is the Colleton County Courthouse, the trial of Alex Murdaugh, Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated. The trial has been adjourned for right now, while the bomb squad is on the way to sweep that courthouse, which is being done as we speak. Stay with us. More on the other side.
What happened?
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime as we cover this breaking news out of Walterboro, South Carolina. The courthouse there in Colleton County has been evacuated because someone called in a bomb threat. Not a good idea at any time, and certainly not a good idea during a high-profile murder trial such as this one. So we have a lot of people asking questions about this on our YouTube feed and in our Twitter feed as we do. We take your questions all the time, right? So we want to answer as many of them as we can. So keep those questions coming to us. But really right now, the focus is on this bomb threat and what it could mean for the trial and for the person who called in the bomb threat. Joining me to discuss that is Linda Kenny-Bodden, a host here at Law and Crime and a very famed defense attorney, and Joseph Scott Morgan, a forensic death investigator and the host of the Body Bags podcast. And then Gigi McKelvey of Law and Crime is here with us on the phone because that area is cordoned off right now. It's being swept or will be swept to ensure that it's safe. Gigi, I want to start with you. It's too bad we can't have you on camera, but the reason we can't have you on camera is because you've kind of been booted out of our setup there. So tell me what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, so right now, just kind of at every corner around the courthouse, there are law enforcement officers staged. The main road is still open, even though the sheriff's office have asked people to take alternate routes. Doesn't seem to be a big sense of urgency. The parameter hasn't been pushed back. So, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. The area where Alec is brought in every day, that road is completely blocked off. And they just blocked that off entirely about 10 minutes ago. There's emergency vehicles everywhere, middle of the street, down the roads. So they're being extra precautious and making their presence known for sure.
And Linda, you've done high profile cases, of course, Aaron Hernandez for one, Phil Spector for another. Have you ever seen a high profile trial where someone did something like this, calling in a bomb threat?
Well, and Jeanette, not in my cases, luckily. I mean, we did get threats, personal threats on the phones all the time in different cases that I've handled. But usually on this type of situation is somebody who wants to disrupt the proceedings, either to get fame or may have a motive to disrupt the proceedings. And that's what the judge is going to have to work on. Was this done purposely? Was it done by somebody who thinks the prosecution was doing a good job and wanted to get the case against Alex Murdaugh stopped? Was it somebody who favored the defense and thought that should be stopped? Was it done by someone with the state? Or is it the defense lawyer's dream? Because the defense is going to say, you see, we told you that he was the subject of people who hated him. And therefore, if they hated Alex Murdaugh before the homicides, and there could be a reason that Maggie and Paul were killed, this is an example, or this is a prime example of what the defense has been saying. So it's very interesting, Anjanette, what's going to happen here.
From an investigative standpoint, Joseph, I heard you earlier saying this, and I know from covering these types of things in the past, that it is highly unlikely the person that called in this threat will get away with this. There is so much technology that law enforcement can use to determine who makes calls, who places calls, where they come from. So talk to us a little bit about what is going on with that right now. I would assume some type of computer crimes person is right now looking at the origin of that phone call.
Oh boy, you bet they are, Anjanette. They're digging into this. They've locked everything down from a digital standpoint and have kind of, if you will, kind of sequestered that bit of data so that they captured it for that moment. And they're going to be tracking this down digitally, and they will throw all of their resources toward this. And again, my supposition is that whoever did this, at least initially, I don't know what the final outcome would be in a case like this, but initially, they're going to make an example out of this person. Because now, we talk about a bomb threat like this, but this goes to a level of, this is a terroristic threat as well, where you have people that are, there's no telling who could have gotten hurt if they left in a panic, just getting out of that building. Just think of it, the bomb, there doesn't necessarily have to be a device. They could have just stampeded out of the building. You could have had people that were harmed in any number of ways. There's all kinds of ways, I think, that prosecutors will look at this, and they're going to use everything at their disposal in order to prosecute this person.
And Judge Newman is a no-nonsense judge, and
Yes,
this
he is.
happened
Yep.
during a trial in his courtroom.
Yep.
So you can bet that there are going to be some consequences. Let's get to our questions from the viewers who are watching. Submit your questions on Twitter and on YouTube, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Gigi, one question for you comes from Melissa Dotson from YouTube, and she asks, do you have to go through a security checkpoint every day when you go into the courthouse?
Yes, we do. You put your belongings on a belt like you're at the airport, and then you go through the metal detectors, and then on top of that, whether you buzz or not, they want you. So security is very tight here. Even though they know our faces, if you've been here every day, they still want to see your media badge. I mean, so they definitely aren't slacking in the security department. So yeah, it's all in place.
And, Gigi, I know that you and I have, probably talked to some of these deputies when we've been down there, and they are on top of it. And there is the security that you can see, but there's always, in a case like this, the security you can't see or don't see. So you have to know that there is a lot going on with regard to that, because there will always be a presence to kind of show, hey, we're here and we're on top of it. But then there's always something going on in the background as well, plainclothes people and things like that running around. Let's get to another question. This is kind of dovetailing off of that. What security measures have been in place since the trial began? Extra security measures. We kind of just covered that from Deborah Buchanan from YouTube. Basically, a lot of security around there, a lot of armed deputies at all times are there. And then there are things going on that we don't really see. So there are a lot of people keeping an eye on this to ensure everyone is safe. What government building doesn't have cameras? The Sixth Sense from YouTube asks that question. So, Linda, I don't think there is any government building that doesn't have cameras.
Yeah, while we were waiting, Gigi actually went to a location, I think where Alex Murdaugh was taken out, and she saw a number of cameras, at least 4 cameras that are covered. Most places do have cameras. The question is, do they cover all the cameras? Because, and are they at the right location? Remember, we have seen recent cases, the Koberger case out in Idaho and all, where there were a number of cameras, but sometimes, courthouses get a little bit lax because you're recording people coming in, right? So you have a record of people coming in, but you're not necessarily recording all the judges' areas and all. And we don't know where this came from. We simply don't, Anjanette. And until we do, a lot of questions are open right now, including how the judge is going to handle the return to the courtroom when it does happen, whether it's here in Colleton County or in another courthouse.
And really, this is a question, you bring up, how this is going to move forward. Katrina Hughes from YouTube asks, where did the jury go? And, they had to leave. Everybody had to leave the courthouse and leave the area. So, Gigi, I guess they just walked out of the courthouse like everybody else did. It's not like they're sitting in a room in there.
Right. That's kind of the big question. Now, I will say that one side of the street they bring Alex Murdaugh in on is completely blocked off. And there is a good number of law enforcement vehicles down there. So maybe, it's like a little main street. Both sides have these great little hometown stores and restaurants. So maybe they've taken them somewhere over there. But yeah, it's definitely a little more heavily secured on that side. So I'm sure they didn't put them in a room and tell them to wait.
Yeah, exactly. Joseph, this is my question. You've been involved in a lot of criminal cases over the years, investigating deaths and things like that. So, Joseph, have you ever seen this type of thing happen in your experience?
With a panic or with a bomb threat? Yeah. I was talking with Linda just a little while ago. I was working in Atlanta when the Olympics were bombed in '96. So yeah, I've seen the fallout, certainly from this type of thing. And of course, with the perpetrator in that particular case, we had another event involving him in Atlanta where several people were injured there and very badly injured, as a matter of fact. We had one death associated with the bomb itself in Atlanta. So yeah, I've certainly seen it. And, again, it goes back to the idea of terror. Terror is not really something we talk about in the way that we talk about it nowadays, back then in '96 and the late '90s. But, it's not just about a device. It's about how you can control the population just by implying that there is something there, just by stating it. Go back to the old idea, the psychology of people, the old adage about you can't yell fire in a theater because you're going to induce a panic. And this kind of, Linda and I were chatting about this as well. And I'm really thinking, how does this influence the psyche of the jury? And back to your other point about where are they, because they're walking a fine line now. If you lock down this jury and say, for instance, and I don't know this for a fact, but let's just say, for instance, that they put them into the back of the sheriff's van and took them to the sheriff's office to protect them, because they are the most valuable resource at this point in time. How is that going to impact them? That's going to stay with them. And I would think that the court would look at that long and hard.
And it may kind of freak them out. You just don't know. I mean, Joseph, Linda, and I, and Gigi, we're used to being around stuff like this, but your average person isn't, and they might be thinking, what on earth is going on? So keep your questions coming to us here on YouTube and on Twitter, and we will get to as many of them as we can. When we come back, we're going to talk about the charge for something like this that someone could face. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We will be right back, continuing to follow this breaking news. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are covering that breaking news for you out of Walterboro, South Carolina, where the Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated because of a bomb threat that was made during the trial of Alex Murdaugh. This is serious business. Bomb threats are always serious business. They have to take every precaution they can and clear that courthouse and sweep the area. And that's what's going on right now. That courthouse was cleared a little while ago, and this process has been underway. And really, you can't really get around that courthouse right now because of what happened. This interrupted the trial of Alex Murdaugh. And joining me to discuss this is Gigi McElvey. She is on the ground for us there in Walterboro. She works here at Law and Crime, and Gigi was booted out of that courthouse just like everybody else was. Joseph Scott Morgan is here. He's a forensic death investigator and the host of the Body Bags podcast. And Linda Kenny Bodden is here. She's a host here on Law and Crime, and of course, a noted defense attorney. You know, guys, something similar. I was just thinking about this. Linda, I'll start with you. We had something similar happen, I think, during the Darrell Brooks trial, if I recall correctly. They cleared the courtroom and the courthouse for a time because of some call that came in. Do you remember that?
It's interesting that you said that, Anjanette, because one of our YouTube viewers asked if that had happened, and I wasn't aware of that or couldn't remember it. But I think you just confirmed it. But there's something that seems to me that's a little bit different about this trial because of that was high profile, but this is, if I could say, this is in the top tier of high profile, right? And the defense here is arguing that indeed people hated him and there was other people's motives for killing his wife and his son. So I think that the judge has to be a little bit more careful going forward here, because you really have to not only see if the jury is prejudiced about continuing because they're worried about their safety, but if indeed it favors this bomb threat one side or another in their mind. And I think that's an added question here that we don't know the answer to. We don't even know if this trial is going to continue in this courthouse.
Or today. I'm sure Judge Newman wants to get the train back on the tracks, but we don't know if that's going to happen. So Gigi, bring us up to speed on the very latest on what you are seeing. Are you still over by that door where they bring Alex Murdaugh in and out, or have you switched your location?
Got my lonely little coffee over there that I can't get. So you know which side I'm on the opposite side of the courthouse. There seems to be like a staging area down at the end of this road, kind of on that main road where they would drive him away. So that seems to be where the main people are staging, but I can't really see past. There is a truck there with a slide out, but it's always there. So it's hard to tell if that's the bomb squad truck or what, but there's probably 20 deputies, you know, just right at the end of the street past the courthouse right now, just standing around talking.
Yeah, so they seem probably not too worried. Obviously, this has to be taken seriously, but typically, Joseph, I would think if someone is going to do something like this, setting a bomb off, they are going to set a bomb off and not call in about it first. However, they have to take every precaution possible and they have to investigate it to ensure everything is safe. So, I mean, what is your experience with the fact that you call in a threat or email in a threat, however it's done? You're not going to do that if there's something to this.
Well, yeah, but however, there are outliers. I think back, and many people, this is kind of off their radar now, but how many of us remember back what happened in Nashville many months ago, where the fellow pulled the vehicle down into the heart of the city and detonated that device. And he was warning people prior to that. I don't know if anybody on the panel recalls that. But that did, in fact, happen.
I think that was on Christmas Day a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, and it wound up in a detonation. So this is not something certainly that should be taken lightly. And one other part to this that's going to complicate this, you're talking about a public gathering area. And I'm not faulting anybody who was in the building in any way, but if they walked in, say, for instance, they had a book bag, pocketbook, whatever the case might be, and suddenly, you know, you're thinking about, you know, I've got to get out of the building because they're telling me to evacuate. You might leave that behind. Well, what does that create for the people that are assessing? Well, they have to, your working assumption, just like we do with any kind of death, how we assume that all deaths are homicides until proven otherwise. Anything that's left in an arbitrary location that's out of place, you have to treat that as if it is an active device So again, this goes down to, it will take some time to clear this area. Gigi had mentioned that the bomb squad was en route. So this is something that will be very purposed. It'll be something that will take time because you don't want to make any mistakes and miss anything. So that's going to be their working assumption, because safety is the most important thing now.
We are taking your questions both on YouTube and on our Twitter feed, so keep them coming. So let's get to some of those. Tony Spears' question from YouTube, and his name is Tony Spears Question, Linda. This one's for you. Can this help the defense with an argument for a mistrial? What are your thoughts on that? Would you be making a motion for a mistrial at this point in time based on this interruption?
And Jeanette, this is the, I guess I shouldn't say 64 million because that's kind of almost valueless when the Powerball is 780 million these days. This is a $780 million question. If the defense thinks that this jury is good for them, they won't make a mistrial motion. They'll want to go forward. And this is always a very hard assessment, only can be made by the attorneys who are in that courtroom looking at that jury and knowing what they know about the jury that we don't. But if they think this case is going south of South Carolina and not doing so well, absolutely, they will make that motion for a mistrial, depending on what the judge does with the questioning of the jurors and what their answers are. That's why going forward, the jury has to be questioned. Now, they may not be questioned in public. The judge may say the jury is going to be questioned about this incident, about whether they can be fair, just in the presence of the attorneys, whether they'll feel that if they come to a conclusion, their life will feel threatened, or their families, may be upset and they may be worried about them. So that's going to be the area the defense is going to be treading lightly on, or they may also ask the judge to say, if depending on who made the threat, if we find out that this goes to the defense, I want to be able to use that bomb threat, Your Honor, the judge will deny it, and then they'll have an appeal issue. So there are so many ramifications here, Anjanette, so many permutations that it'll be hard to say.
And that's another question here. Rachel Byington from YouTube asks, if and when the person behind this bomb threat is discovered and it's determined this was done with the intention of helping other side, how will that affect the trial? So it's kind of a legal question there, but, Linda, what would you see happening there? I'll get your take first, and then we'll ask Joseph what he thinks.
Well, again, if it's done by somebody on either side, that person's in big trouble, okay? Especially if they're known to either side. But the important part will be, again, whether or not the jurors will be able to continue and make a fair and accurate decision judging Alex Murdaugh, and whether or not the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So there are two separate answers to that question, Anjanette. I don't know how this is going to come out until we find out who it was that made that call. And by now we have learned it is a call, because that was one of our YouTube viewers' questions early on, Anjanette, before you got on, when all this was happening.
And that would be pretty risky business for anybody associated with this, Joseph. It would be such an ethical breach for anyone associated on this case on either side to do such a thing.
Yeah, most certainly it would. And again, from an investigative standpoint, all the resources are going to be thrown toward this to try to, ferret out whoever this was that had done this deed. And it's not going to be up to law enforcement to decide, how the prosecution will go forward. It will be on the shoulders of law enforcement, though, to do the best job that they possibly can, covering all the bases. And you have to anticipate this. And, look, wherever the leads take you, that's where you go. No matter, there's an old saying down the South says, let the hide come with the hair. And that's what this means, is that no matter where it leads, you follow it through, you follow the investigation through. And let the prosecutors make that determination as to how they're going to handle this case moving forward. But again, I submit that they're going to make an example out of this person. We will know their name once they are found out. And again, I think that just to reassure everybody that they're okay, this person, they need to have a level of visibility with them, with the accused, I think, whenever they're found, and just to settle things down, because we can't even begin to anticipate, to Linda's point, what the ramifications are going to be relative to this case, when you begin to think about all the work that's gone into this thing, and all it takes is a single phone call like this to try to burn it down to the ground, man, the fallout from this could be really devastating.
Most definitely. And Jonna Spilbor is joining us this hour too. She's there in the studio in New York. Jonna, you know, this is not just the solicitor here in the 14th Judicial Circuit dealing with this. The Attorney General's office is there. You know, the top law enforcement agency agent in the state, you know, the Attorney General of South Carolina has been at this trial. They are prosecuting this case. So you have to know that the Attorney General is going to make an example out of this. Of course, possibly the 14th Judicial Circuit would handle any charges that come along with this, but maybe not since it's tied to this case.
Well, think about it. I agree with what everybody is saying here. The ripple effect of what's going on right now is potentially huge, not just for this case. It could shut down this case, right? If they bring a jury back, this isn't a fire drill where everybody's getting a quick 20-minute break. They bring the jury back, and if people are afraid to remain jurors, that's going to be a problem for this trial. But think about what will happen if we don't find out who did this, and the next case that comes along, whether it's big or small, cameras, no cameras, if it can get shut down and a mistrial declared because somebody calls in a bomb threat, the wheels of justice will grind to a halt. This has to be figured out, and it has to be figured out fast for this case and every other case in the country that comes after it.
Gigi, you know, what was the mood like in the courthouse when this happened? How did this all go down? Let's just recap that for our viewers.
It's just really quick, actually. So we're sitting there listening to testimony, and then you hear a police radio go off, some communication, which is something we have not heard so far in that courtroom. And the jury is told that they are going to take a break, and the jury's ushered out. As soon as they're out of earshot and that door is closed, the judge said that we were told we have to evacuate the courtroom, and then we all were ushered down the stairs. It was a lot of confusion for the first 30 seconds, and then it all kind of registered. We all going down the stairs, we're talking probably a bomb threat. That's sort of what everybody immediately thought of. But, you know, it was orderly. It wasn't chaos. There weren't people trampling others. But it wasn't until the jury was out of the room completely that the judge said, we are evacuating. So that's kind of how it went down. And when we got towards the door, they just told us, go across the street.
And they are still investigating that. You know, they wanted court to resume around 2:30 Eastern time. That's about 17 minutes from now. I don't think that's going to happen. It might, but I think it's probably unlikely. Let's turn now to the evidence in the case, especially the evidence that the jury has been listening to. And Joseph Scott Morgan, I want to ask you about this. Gunshot residue. Big deal in this case, at least to the prosecution. The defense, it makes it sound like it's, you know, prejudicial, not much ado about nothing. We heard some information from Megan Fletcher yesterday and this morning. They kind of ended the day yesterday talking about the amount of gunshot residue on the inside of the blue rain jacket found in the closet of Alex Murdaugh's mother's home. Her name is Miss Libby. And there were 38 particles. You know, Megan Fletcher said she stopped counting after a certain point, like one particle, I think between 1 and 3 on Alex Murdaugh's hand, his shirt, and the shorts he was wearing that night of the homicides when police arrived, but no GSR on his sneakers. And this has come up that Miss Shelley, the caregiver, said that when Alex Murdaugh visited that night, that he was wearing cloth shoes similar to Sperry's. Cops get there, he's wearing sneakers, okay? So he changed his shoes, obviously, according to Miss Shelley, and according to the evidence we're seeing. So tell me about that GSR. What do you think of the GSR, the 1 to 3 particles on the shirt, the cargo shorts, and the hand, and the seatbelt, of course. But, you know, that 38 particles, they stopped counting on the inside of the rain jacket. The state obviously thinks that, you know, that he bundled up guns in that and then use that to hide them or secret them away somewhere.
Yeah, and I thought that that Ms. Fletcher did a masterful job on the stand. From a forensic standpoint, I was very impressed with her. And you know, when she was talking about those multiple particles on the interior, she kind of ratioed the thing out at that point in time. I think that from her perspective, if you're getting this many, you stop counting at a particular time, because this would have either the idea is, and I've been giving this a think for a while, he had been wearing the raincoat inside out. What has the higher probability in order to cover himself? Because one of the questions is that there was little or nothing on the clothing, or is this transfer GSR? And one of the problems that the prosecution is going to have with this, and I think defense is kind of bringing this out, I heard him talking about it earlier today, is that the resiliency of GSR. You've got 3 primary heavy metals that you're looking at: barium, antimony, and lead, of course. It's not something that is it's not biodegradable. So it's going to be there unless you apply something to it to clean it, to wash it, that sort of thing. So what's the highest likelihood relative to this jacket? You take it and wrap these items in it, and then on the exterior of the weapon, it transfers to those surfaces contained, of the interior of that jacket. I thought it was fascinating how, I think it was yesterday, under direct, they were talking, she was demonstrating, remember the tape? They were showing how she kind of broke the jacket down into quadrants, essentially, or sections. And then they did lifts in there to get to begin to determine their ratio relative to the deposition of the particles. The rest of the stuff, the other thing that's kind of troubling, I think, for the prosecution is the fact that there is little or no deposition on the hands. Shoes are troubling because not only are you absent any kind of GSR evidence on the surface of the shoes, and the shoes that they submitted were rather garish, don't you think? The yellow and red, that sort of thing. And there was nothing on there. And we have to also think, if you don't have GSR on the shoes, was there blood on the shoes? Because he would have walked adjacent to those bodies, perhaps. There was nothing on those very garish shoes that they had. So, I think that would, perhaps those cloth Sperry type shoes were the ones that the prosecution thinks that he may have committed these deeds with. And again, it leaves more questions than it does give us answers, I think, and that's something that the jury is going to have to consider when they go back to deliberate.
Well, Jamie Hall, who did those initial swabs on the items, she had testified that when she received the shoes, they were wet and had yard debris on them. It had started raining that night. We know there was a hose down by the kennels, so who knows how that could have happened,
Right.
But it's sounding like maybe from the rain, you're walking through some yard, the grass, etc. I'm not sure that's enough to knock off GSR if he was indeed the shooter. But Joseph, the defense says, look, you haven't even definitively tied that jacket to Alex Murdaugh. Miss Shelley said he had a tarp. She looked at the raincoat and said it made it sound like it could have seemed like it maybe was
Right.
that balled up. But they say you haven't even said this is Alex's coat. You don't have a picture. They don't have a picture of him wearing it. I mean, I don't know. Is there a receipt somewhere that shows Alex Murdaugh in this blue rain jacket? I don't know.
Yeah, these are kind of thin threads of attachment when you begin to think about it. They're in the bottom of the closet. I think that the term wadded up, I think, was used in the closet in his parents' home. One of the things that's kind of interested me about the house at Moselle, I really wonder how deeply that location was dug into. And, because we think about things from a forensic standpoint relative to trying to decontaminate yourself. How thoroughly were the sinks, the wash basins gone through, the tubs, all these sorts of things. And when I say thoroughly, I mean thoroughly. Like, did you go into the plumbing and remove the drain traps? Because, one of the things that we have heard, and it seems like people cannot get away from saying this, they always want to talk about Paul's brain. Well, if that's the case, you're talking about any number of biological samples. It's not simply blood. So if you're going in there to attempt to clean yourself up, was there anything on your person that was attempted to be washed down the sink? And did they take those drain traps apart in those sinks, in the tubs, and inspect those just to see if there's any kind of debris in there that could be tied back in an effort to clean himself up? And there's kind of this delay in time as well. And you have to ask yourself that as an investigator, and certainly the jury is going to ask this. I think they're going to want to know, was there sufficient amount of time for him to gone in there and to have cleaned himself up in, in that kind of gap that you have before 911 was ever called.
Anjanette?
Well, and I'll answer that question really quickly, just about, how thoroughly did they go through drain pipes and stuff like that. Katie McAllister, the SLED agent who was there the following morning, said she had a search warrant for the property and she didn't even execute it. She walked around the house, and John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, was following her around the whole time. Right. She said she looked under the bed for clothes and stuff like that. But they didn't do any of what you're talking about, at least not that morning. So
well, that's
again,
that's a problem. Anybody that came in behind them, flushed toilets, ran the sink, ran the tub or anything, every second that ticks away. That's why it's so important to get to these things immediately. Every second and use that these things, every time one of these items is used, you have the potential to lose the evidence, and it's gone forever and ever.
That's right. Well, Joseph Scott Morgan sadly has to leave us now, but Jonna and Linda and I and Gigi will be back. So stay with us. We're going to take this quick break. If you're watching on YouTube, we just have to take this quick commercial break for the network. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are covering that breaking news out of Walterboro, South Carolina, where the courthouse was cleared over an hour ago because of a bomb threat. But it appears there's some movement out there. So Gigi McKelvey is there on the ground for us. Gigi, what are you seeing outside of that courthouse?
Hey, Anjanette. Well, just during break, I saw the prosecution go back inside. Before that, some deputies went in with their lunch. So I figured maybe we're getting it all clear. But yeah, so now people are kind of staging at both sides of the courthouse, spectators and media, to be what it looks like to be let back in. So I'm guessing that maybe everything's good, and we'll see if the judge is going to allow testimony today or if he sends us all home.
Well, Jonna Spilbor, they certainly wouldn't be letting deputies back in with their lunch and prosecutors back in unless they had completed their sweep of the building. And I'm assuming they intend to resume testimony.
Oh, really?
I at least think the judge has to make some inquiry of the jury and of counsel. I mean, this is kind of a little bit jarring. I don't know exactly when this happened, where they were in their testimony. Maybe they'll take the rest of the afternoon off just to be on the safe side. But one thing I found interesting, if this gets confirmed, apparently the bomb threat was, or the device, if there had been one, was in the judge's chambers. And that to me is such a red flag, because we all know as attorneys, it ain't easy to get in judges' chambers. And when you're a lawyer, the lawyers can kind of sneak in around the metal detectors when you're going into a courthouse because you're officers of the court, but the general public cannot. And only attorneys and court officers can get back to the judge's chamber. So for a bomb to be there, it would either have to be an inside job or it's just flat out fake. And I'm assuming it's the latter.
And judges' chambers are heavily secured. I mean, if indeed that reporting is accurate. So Linda, do you expect testimony to resume? I mean, this is a judge who has not wanted to waste the jury's time. He doesn't want to waste anybody's time, particularly the jury's, though. So do you expect things to get rolling here again sometime soon?
Well, Anjanette, we had a high-profile judge, Judge Fanon Rucker, on earlier, and he said if he were the judge, he would not resume it today. He would take questions from the jury. He thinks that it's important to make sure that everyone feels they can go forward fairly and freely, and not just push this to the side like, okay, we had the bomb threat. It was a nut job. Everything is safe and secure, and we're going to go forward. So he does not think it should go forward today. But Judge Newman had a witness on the stand. He had a SLED agent on the stand. So despite the fact that there may be objections from maybe the defense, who's going to want that jury to be really interrogated, it may go forward. I'm not sure what Judge Newman's going to do. If I were the judge, I would take the time and make sure I don't have an appealable issue here and really question that jury about how they're feeling about this bomb threat, their safety, and whether they can go forward.
It'll be really interesting to see how Judge Newman handles this. I mean, he's a pretty cool cucumber, Jonna, from everything that we've seen. He's been doing this a long time, and a lot of people say this could be one of his last cases. He may be preparing to retire at some point. So I don't expect a lot of emotion and reaction from him when we resume.
No, but look, this case is one of the most bizarre, high-profile cases we've seen in a long time, from who the defendant is, from the theories of defense, the theories of prosecution, and now this odd bomb threat in the middle. I mean, we don't know. What if the person who did this is connected with a juror? What if the person who did this is a family member who didn't want that family member serving on the jury anymore? It's important to get to the bottom of that and juxtapose that against the interests of the defendant and due process and all the good stuff that goes along with being on trial for your life, which is what Alex Murdaugh is right now, on trial, really ostensibly for his life. So the judge is going to take it seriously. And I think he's going to have to ask a lot of questions before we really get rolling again.
And we're getting word, Linda Kenny-Bodden, that they are letting people back into the courthouse. So obviously the all clear has been given, and things are getting back on schedule to some degree, at least. So they've cleared the courthouse. They've determined, obviously, there's no bomb in there. If there had been a bomb in there, you can imagine how much longer this courthouse would be shut down, because there would be a full-fledged investigation, and the bomb would have to be, disarmed. They'd have to make sure it was out of there and safe.
Well, you probably had two priorities going on. You had the priority of making sure that the sweep which was occurring, and we were reporting in Anjanette, was occurring to ensure that everyone was safe inside the courthouse and also on the perimeter of the courthouse, not having known what the threat was that was called in. And now we're learning that it was called in for a bomb in the judge's chambers, which made it highly unlikely that it was a real threat. But you still had to take it seriously. And then, of course, you have the investigation going on as to who made this threat. And I'm sure whoever made this threat, as soon as we find that person, we're going to have our cameras out there immediately, because that person is going to be made an example of, to try to, whoever did this, either try to get fame, infamy, or tried to stop the trial for some reason. And that's why Judge Newman is going to take this seriously, but he's also going to want this trial to continue.
Most definitely. And the person, we will figure out who it is. We won't, but the law enforcement agencies will figure it out. It's very rare that you can't trace something like this. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back and bring you up to speed on the very latest. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we have been covering that breaking news for you out of Colleton County, South Carolina, where Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial is underway. And the courthouse was evacuated earlier today because of a bomb threat that had been called in. But now it appears the court could resume at any moment. They've obviously cleared that courthouse because we've seen sheriff's deputies going back in, along with prosecutors. Members of the public are being allowed to go back into the building. But really the big question right now is, how is this going to impact the rest of the day? The judge had hoped to get things going again. So he may. I mean, this is a judge that likes to stick to the schedule. He doesn't want to waste anyone's time. So he may continue this. So let's turn now to what we've heard so far in this case. And really most recently this morning, GSR gunshot residue testimony from Megan Fletcher. She testified to the test results on Alex Murdaugh's clothing, his seatbelt, his sneakers, that he was wearing the night of the homicides, and that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home. So with me is Linda Kenny Bodden, a host here at Law and Crime and defense attorney, and Jonna Spilbor, an attorney as well. Jonna, I want to get your take on the gunshot residue test results that we heard about earlier today and yesterday. But Alex Murdaugh had a small number of particles that related to gunshot residue on his hand, his t-shirt, his cargo shorts. His t-shirt, they said, also smelled like laundry detergent, which was unusual. Sneakers, no GSR. And his seatbelt had small particles of GSR. But then that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home, they said basically was covered in the stuff. It had 38 particles, and Megan Fletcher had stopped counting. So Jonna, your take on this gunshot residue evidence and the fact that the defense says they haven't tied that raincoat definitively to Alex Murdaugh.
A great point with that. But I think, first of all, the overarching feeling that I've gotten from, I guess, almost 3 weeks of this trial is that you could not go and have tea and crumpets at the Murdaugh home without getting GSR on you. Like, they are a gun family. They have a shooting range on the property. They use guns. So GSR is going to be all over the place. Okay. But now the prosecution, who does have some holes in the theory, and the theory is, well, all right, Alex Murdaugh must have secreted a gun in this tarp, and that's why there's so much residue on the inside of that tarp, and that's why there's some residue on his shoulder, on the seatbelt, but not on his shoes because he went and changed. So there's this theory, this rolling theory of the prosecution, but it has holes. So the defense is pointing out those holes. And the reason those holes are as important as the evidence is because if the jurors can't infer what the prosecution wants them to, then there is reasonable doubt as to whether or not the prosecution's theory holds water. So I don't see the GSR being the thing that the jury is going to collectively hang its hat on and find this man guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's almost going to be a wash.
But Linda, the prosecution will say, well, this is just one piece of the puzzle. Prosecutors love the puzzle analogy and how, you put the pieces together and then it paints this picture and you begin to see it. So how much weight do you think that the jury is going to give this evidence?
Interesting. As you know, by the way, I love Jonna's homage to my cousin Vinny that the prosecution's theory doesn't hold water. But, I think the GSR is a wash in this sense. I think they did it to show that there was no negative GSR. And if you think he's guilty, you're going to say it means something. But 38 particles, Anjanette, even on the inside of a raincoat, which is not sure that he wore or whether he carried it, is nothing. When you do GSR testing for a wound, you get thousands upon thousands of particles. 38 particles is more like a transfer. Now, maybe that helps the prosecution's theory that he carried the guns and then he brought the raincoat over. But what I was stymied about on the raincoat, this is the one thing, is that they didn't do wearer DNA. Was this something that he just had? Did he buy it to carry guns? Or had he worn it? Anyone seen him wearing it? And was there wearer DNA? And you test that under the armpits. I hate to tell you, but that's where you would test for wearer DNA. It's like in the inside of the sneakers or at the knees of pants when you test for wearer DNA. And they didn't appear to do that. So I'm not sure they actually connected the raincoat to the one being brought in. Maybe it was brought in another time and from the shooting range where the guns were shot. But I think the prosecution still needed to do it, Anjanette.
Mm-hmm. And one question I have, and this is a question that was posed to me from a viewer, and I'm wondering, I want to kind of get both of your thoughts on this. A viewer asked me some time ago, did they swab his nose for GSR? And this person said, they sometimes forget to do that because apparently there will be GSR in your nose. So Jonna, have you heard of noses being swabbed for GSR before?
I have heard of that, but we saw the interview with Alex Murdaugh in the minutes after, hours after, and I don't think there'd be any residue left with the amount of crying that that man was doing. So I'm guessing they skipped that step. But, and again, it wouldn't be unusual for GSR to be everywhere around that compound, for lack of a better word, because they were active gun enthusiasts.
And Jeanette, they do swab your nose. I had that in the Spectre case. They swabbed Phil Spector's nose when we had the hung jury that had tried, and there was no GSR in his nose because the theory is that the poof and the plume, if you were firing the weapon, would go up your nose and you would have a lot of particles, not necessarily transfer particles, but I have seen it obviously in cases.
Interesting. Well, let's get to some of our viewer questions. Tanya Taylor from YouTube asks, why in some states is GSR not considered valid enough to use to incriminate, but other states allow it? So apparently, I mean, I don't know that to be fact. Jonna, do some states maybe not allow it because they don't consider it reliable?
I don't think there's a problem with the reliability. I think you can have cases like you have here where you cannot determine really the source, the time, when the GSR got there, how it got there, that it could be transferred, it could be not transferred. So its value can be diminished based on the actual facts and circumstances of the case. Like here, what the defense is doing, I think, a good job of pointing out is you don't know when the heck that GSR got there. You don't know how it got there. You don't know who was wearing it, who was touching. You don't know any of this. You just know that it exists and you're trying to fill some holes with that, and it's just not that effective, or the weight of that evidence isn't going to be that heavy with the jury.
Yeah, and Anjanette, the FBI does not no longer for years use GSR for identify the shooter, because you could be in a group of people and again you could be in the plume, but you're not being the shooter. What it is valid for is the distance. For instance, the stippling on a wound, and that's all caused by a different type of GSR. You heard the analyst say, "Well, she's not an expert in that type of GSR. She's only an expert in the metals, the primer residue GSR." So some states do not allow to determine who is the shooter because of what Jonna says, the easy transferability. If you're in the area of guns, you could actually be a person who was taken into custody for a crime and be in the back of a police car and come in and they swab you. And all of a sudden you're connected to a homicide because you have GSR in your hands that you got from sitting in the back of a police car because where there's guns around.
Well, and Alex Murdaugh's attorneys have said, he went and got that shotgun that night, for protection. And so just holding that, it sounds like, could have gotten some of those particles on his hand, shirt, and shorts, and then that would make sense as to why it wasn't on his sneakers. So I was just kind of thinking about that while we were talking about this. Let's get to another question. This is from Mez and Hearing Dog Hall, I think, or Hal, from YouTube. Have the clothes he wore in the earlier footage ever been found or tested? Jonna, I think Mez is talking about the blue shirt, the tan chinos, the khakis, and then what appeared to be some brown loafers that he was wearing in that Snapchat video that Paul sent at 7:56 that night. We haven't heard anything about those clothes and those shoes and whether they've ever been located. Because I guess if you're out and about with your kid running around looking at floppy trees, you're going to go inside maybe and you change your clothes, and those should be in the hamper.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I think part of the reason why we even know that he was wearing something else is because the prosecution's theory is, well, this was an intentional wardrobe change. Like he lied about what he was wearing at the time, and maybe he got rid of those clothes so that they couldn't be tested. And really that revelation came through a video, a Snapchat video that we really didn't know existed until they brought it up really for that purpose. So I don't think that outfit right there that we're looking at, I don't think that was ever recovered, or we probably would have known about it by now.
Linda, what do you think about that?
Yeah, obviously that's where the prosecution theory is, that perhaps maybe he even had the clothes underneath him, that the shorts that he put on, maybe they were underneath that, and the T-shirt underneath that, and then he changed everything. So I think absolutely that's why we're seeing these videos. And I don't recall any mention in openings by the prosecutor that the clothes were ever found. And if they were found, I think we would have heard about it. We also learned by one of the witnesses, Anjanette, that when he came back to his house and the police were there, he took off his shorts and his T-shirt that he was wearing in the Moselle house and put them in the bag. He actually dropped them in the bag. She motioned to that. And then he put on another like pair of shorts and a T-shirt that he had, that we see in the video where he's giving the statement. So it's very interesting. He may have had many pairs of that short and T-shirt type of look.
Very possible. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep your questions coming to us both on YouTube and on Twitter. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We are waiting to see whether or not trial testimony will resume in Alex Murdaugh's murder trial. The courthouse in Colleton County was evacuated earlier today because of a bomb threat, but people have been let back into the courthouse, members of the general public, deputies, prosecutors. So we're waiting to get an update on that. While we wait, We are going to take more of your questions from YouTube and Twitter, so keep those coming to us. Daniel Field from Facebook. Greetings. Mr. Tinsley was contacted by the state grand jury regarding the investigation into the investigation, or regarding his investigation into the investigation of the boat accident. What were the findings of this inquiry, and more specifically, the law enforcement handling of their investigation? Jonna, I think that the answer to this, and I'm going to ask you, was the fact that I've seen some reporting out there that Alex Murdaugh may have been under investigation by a grand jury at some point in time for possible obstruction of justice because of those surveillance videos we've seen from the hospital from the boating accident that night. So do you think that's possibly what this is related to, why the grand jury would contact Attorney Tinsley, who was representing Mallory Beach's family?
That's a good question. I don't know, especially since we do know that Alex Murdaugh has 99 other charges unrelated to this case that are presently hanging out there, and that the Attorney Tinsley certainly was no friend of his. And, you know, part of the reason why he went after, or he wanted to settle or file a civil suit against Alex Murdaugh, was because he was, you know, the deeper pocket than his son Paul. We have to remember, Alex Murdaugh wasn't driving that boat, right? But he had some civil responsibility and perhaps some criminal responsibility if he were trying to obstruct justice. Can I want to pose a question to you two real quick, if I can, because this is something that I would love to pick your legal brains on, sort of along those lines. So since the financial information has now come to light in this murder case, do you think it's possible, number one, do you think Alex Murdaugh should now take the stand when the time comes to say that he did not kill his wife and kid? And if he does that, can he get around having to testify about the financial stuff because he's got a Fifth Amendment right not to say a word about it, since those charges are still pending? He could really narrow the scope, I'm thinking. What do you guys think?
Well, actually, it's interesting you bring that up, because I've been thinking a lot about that. The financial crimes, like all the dirty laundry is in, right? So all the bad stuff, all the other acts. So theoretically, I think this almost pushes him to get up there and testify. He could plead the Fifth on the financial crimes, but also, Linda, it's my understanding that, you know, this financial crime stuff is pretty compelling. So even if he got up there, I mean, do you think he could possibly get up there just because, you know, the financial crimes seem to be a little bit of a slam dunk?
Read my lips. Call your malpractice carrier if you put Alex Murdaugh on the stand in this case. The reason why he gave all those statements to police and the prosecutor played them is because he told his story, all right? He can only make it worse. And that's why the prosecutor is also playing into those questions about, well, you know, he knows the judicial system. He knows how to evoke emotion, right? In the possibility that Dick Harpootlian, who seems to be a really good defense attorney, decides to put him on the stand, or he decides he wants to go on the stand himself. Remember, that's the one decision a client can make in a trial. They ignore their client's advice and go on the stand. You know, he will be questioned on his ability to maneuver, manipulate, and lie in a courtroom. So read my lips. No way, if I'm his attorney, if I'm putting him on the stand, I don't care what he says.
I don't know. I think it could happen, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's his decision, right? So, and he was very open in talking to the police before, but I guess look what happened. So we have another question here from Twitter. Did the man that shot and grazed Alex's head already testify? Curtis Eddie Smith. I'll answer that really quickly. Dan, no, he didn't, but we think he will. From Twitter, Lauren Bachert. I hope I pronounced that properly. Has anyone performed a hypothetical reenactment of the events through ballistic trajectories? We haven't heard about that, Jonna. Do you think that the state did that?
No, I don't think they did that. I don't think they need to do that. And I don't think we're going to see that at all coming up.
Okay. Yeah. Julie Frew from Twitter. We got, actually, this is going to be really quick, Linda. We only have a minute left. In the case of evacuating the court building as they have now, what happens to the defendant? He was moved to a secure location. So I'll just take that one, Linda. From Twitter, when did Alex Murdaugh first start embezzling from the firm? How far back? Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, 2011, right?
Right. That's what we know about. There may have been other times, but we don't know. We haven't heard anything else.
Okay, so that's when they said it happened. We've really enjoyed taking your questions, and thanks for sticking with us through this whole bomb threat break. Thankfully, everything is safe there at the Colleton County Courthouse. So we are going to take a quick break because that's what we have to do here, and we will keep you up to speed on what's going on. Jonas Spilbor, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and Linda, obviously, thanks for being here as well, and thank you. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
So that happened. Where were you at about 12:30 Eastern time today? Well, in South Carolina, everybody in the Colleton County Courthouse was evacuated, and it was not for an early lunch. There was an apparent threatened, a bomb threat, alleged bomb threat. So the whole place had to be cleared out. You can see there some of the raw footage from the exterior of the courthouse. At this point, though, folks have been let back in. We're just not sure what that means. So, good afternoon. Welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Be with you for the next few. We're covering the Alex Murdaugh case. The question really becomes, what are we covering today? Proceedings were halted after the courthouse was cleared. That bomb threat, we heard that it was actually a threat so specific that it was supposed to have been in the judge's chambers. Hey, I try not to get in the judge's chambers as often as possible. So just getting in there is something. To get in there and plant a device would be unbelievable. And perhaps that's what this threat was, unbelievable. So as we continue to cover this case, we'll wait and let you know whether we're getting more testimony today or whether or not the court is going to just call it for the day. I understand that the jury members are really being asked, what do you want to do? Good move by the judge, Judge Newman. Always important to keep the jury in the top of the mind there. So while we wait for that decision from the jury members, let's take a look at some of the testimony from earlier today. Megan Fletcher is with SCLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. She is a forensic examiner. She's got GSR on her mind. She is the gunshot residue expert, critical in this case, as we know, because of the poncho/coat/tarp and other clothing sampled from the defendant, Alex Murdaugh. Let's go in for that testimony.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Miller held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
And you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes.
Yes.
And there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stand by that here today?
I do.
So there's been a lot of chat here on the network about the importance of the gunshot residue. What does it mean? What does it tell us? And, you know, it's kind of it's okay.
Okay.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
All right, Agent Murdaugh, before we got interrupted there, I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there again. What are your duties at SLED, sir?
In computer crimes, I'm responsible for examining digital evidence, be it cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm evidence custodian.
Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle?
I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use. So I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off for further examination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 444. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, that's a SLED property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
And is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
And what else did you remove?
Infotainment module and an OnStar module.
And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items. So,
Yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
okay. And those are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center into the record, please?
432-031-217-0000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out and removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and tell me if they match?
They do.
Okay. All right. And then what's the other item? 447, what is that?
The LG OnStar module.
Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it?
It does, but I cannot read it in the bag.
Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that, if we open it up, would it make it
Yeah,
easier?
if I could remove it.
All right. Do you have a
Yeah.
knife on you that you
I
can
do.
open it up? And it looks like you're doing something else there.
It appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape. That's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So
Is it able?
I
can you peel it up a little
don't.
bit? If it's not possible, it's not possible.
It does not appear
Okay.
that's coming up.
All right, but could you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444.
Okay. It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 445, 445. And let me see if you just recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And is that a document that you personally prepared?
No, it's not.
All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that Slate, property receipts, are those records Slate keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lieutenant Britt Dove.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
All right. And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. You don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be marked for ID only.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City calls Alex Murdaugh.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your name and you'll spell your last name. Put in, please.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name spelled Falkofske.
All right, Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I'm an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Well, explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points, so that we can understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. And a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. Okay. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 2016, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed digital evidence handling. October 2016, legal ethics training. August 2017, a CDART mentorship under FE. A CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. And also in August 2017, completed the CDART proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what Do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what were you qualified as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as what I've told them. I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones that can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
No objection. He's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking, not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do? When you receive a device from a vehicle, first of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows you music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
Let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access the most vehicles?
No. There is one commercial company called Burla that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. All right. And let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you processed?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection. All right, get it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you access this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB, and associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask, but in most cases it'll ask you, and then at that point it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right, and you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct?
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th to June 7th to 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. There's not call data.
All right, you found some call data, you found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Okay. Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right, but there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but
Okay.
Would you say that there was a lot of this vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data in some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up, a message saying it's waking up, and a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, a very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car, and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you look for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you looking at the data of when the vehicle is moving?
Message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
Okay. And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Now, all you said was this particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
Okay. I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit 443. I'm gonna see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original
Okay.
evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided, SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is the, our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
There is.
It also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
Oh, the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser.
And
yes.
what tool did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to you about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 443.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as exhibit 449, and just describe what that is to the jury, please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at and testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that, a more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine.
Okay. Would it
Of the
be,
state vehicle states.
okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
Okay. At this time, state would move exhibit 449.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. And we talked about call logs. And you found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the infotainment system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 446. And let me see if you recognize that document. And where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, for just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move exhibit 446.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that condense to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're horizontal.
They're rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, statement moved to enter exhibit 442.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. Yeah. It's got to boot up. My apologies. Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen, Mr. Paul?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, this 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left, it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. And what is that again? Specifically, that date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please. And this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Oh, if I can get to. Okay. And I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see? Mr.
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right?
Yes.
And binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems,
Typically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What does that mean?
That is actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
Okay. And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes,
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting the vehicle, turning it on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
All right. And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or for another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those two lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And it reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right. And looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay. So this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they had the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay. And so let's look down below that. And I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds. And I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay, but any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time?
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
Okay. All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
PM.
On what date?
On June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay. And we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up startup sequence.
Okay. And then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay. From any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 2104:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What in the aggregate? What is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 2104:18, those ones looked like the system was, but prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay. And so it seems to be starting up around 2104:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 2105:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay. And what time is that again?
2105:56.
All right. And I'm going to do my best, and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay.
Or civilian time, excuse me.
I'll start processing it that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM?
PM
On June 7th?
on June 7th,
Okay.
2021.
Okay. And then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557. And they have an identical time state of what?
9:06 and 44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 p.m. And then continuing on through 9:06:49 p.m. And quite a few at 9:06:49 p.m. and then into 9:06:50 p.m. And that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What did that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, partway through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event. So the car has been turned on.
Okay. So in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. On June 7th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right. And it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay. The vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct?
Correct.
All right. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp it has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay. And that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find it. Yes.
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 p.m., the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904, and we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park.
Okay. So at what time is that?
At 9:22 and 45 seconds p.m.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay. All right. But the vehicle's out of park for that?
It is out of park.
Okay. And that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scroll down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Again, it's the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay. And so, and what time is that? Those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
p.m.
p.m.
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's p.m.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us where the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right. And not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 p.m., and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen and you can write it down if you need to? 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park
Okay, at what time?
at 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay, and then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds
Okay,
on June 7th, 2021 PM.
and those are color-coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. It's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021
Okay.
PM.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on until 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay. 3 to 2, didn't run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464, and that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what
What's
are
the
those
question?
times?
Oh, what are the times?
Yeah.
10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10, 11, and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10, 12, and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
All right. And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we've talked about for when the vehicle goes back in the park?
No. No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But you do see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you've determined, you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your testing.
correct.
All right. And when you were using your test vehicle, if you took a vehicle, if you took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked about? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But, so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that in identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back in the park message?
Yes.
You would. Okay. All right. Not for mistake, this witness.
By the defense. Stand for a moment. All right, back in order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that's the manufacturer did?
Yes.
Okay. It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
Not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the meaning of stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And we didn't have a.
We did. Laptop, yes.
Is it up? Thank you. I wanted to ask you just briefly about, if I can find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903, 2103. Let me do it. I've got my phone on that. 904. I didn't quite understand. What do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, and state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up, and then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system? What is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment segment. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. That's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scrolling down here to 9:06 and 48 seconds, am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49-second. So if you see that there was at one point, there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying, here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor the spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was a 911 call that you...
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. There's pages of this here.
Right, it goes back way outside of the sort of time frame, but that's... I mean, can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks, I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. State has no objection to that. We'll just need a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
guy. Maybe he's just a bad guy. Maybe he murdered them because he's just a bad guy. And that's something that our system tries very hard not to have happen. But it is very dangerous as a judge when you're presented with this other bad act evidence to know exactly where to draw that line. I might have been a little bit more restrictive, but I certainly think that some of this is very probative and relevant.
Yeah, and I think, and I was looking at the order again that they put out, and I'll only read one of the lines here that references exactly what the court found. The court finds that the activities and conduct of the defendant on or about June 7, 2021, day of the murders, is admissible under res gestae, which of course means the kind of the gestation of the crime, the guts of the crime. But I know there's been a lot of financial information that's come in that didn't have anything to do with that date, Nima.
Well, yeah, it's a potential appellate issue. And when you're a prosecutor, there's a couple ways to do it. If you think you can win the case straight up and not deal with an appellate issue, and we know that this is going to be a big issue on appeal, you play it straight up. But I think what the prosecution is thinking here is they may get defense. This is the type of case that may result in an acquittal. Really, what kind of evidence do we have? We got some gunpowder residue, some ballistic evidence. We have maybe Alex Murdaugh lying about where he was at the time of the murder. His alibi might not check out. But other than that, you don't have a whole lot. So you got to dirty him up and make sure the jurors don't like him. Now, again, I know that's not, you don't want them to convict based on character or propensity evidence. That certainly doesn't come in. But you got to have some sort of story. And that's why the prosecution is throwing everything they can at this case, because it's a very difficult circumstantial case.
Yeah, and as we move through the prosecution's case, week 3, I'm still, as the 13th juror, everybody watching this is putting themselves in that box. I don't know. I don't know that I've seen it. The biggest problem I have, Paul, is suggesting that I've been found out. My financial shenanigans are exposed. I'm going to kill my wife and son? I mean, I'll kill the people maybe that, I'm just kidding. I would kill the people that exposed it or that might come back against me for retribution. I just don't. The connect is just not there for me, Paul.
Yeah, I agree. And it's something that I think the prosecution's really going to have to spend some time to fully develop for the jury. We heard from kind of the chief financial officer of the firm who kind of finds out about this, and she's not the one Murdaugh goes after. And the partners and the associate who talk about, his practice, they're not the ones he goes after. There's no indication, at least that I've seen, that his wife or son had any knowledge of any wrongdoing on his part. So the idea that the financial crimes would lead him to murder his wife and his son is going to be a question that's going to roll around in these jurors' minds. Where is that connection? How does the financial crime tie into the murder? What is the link between those two seemingly separate events? The financial crimes certainly do muddy him up. They make him look bad. I completely agree with Nima that that's why this is kind of a main thrust of the prosecution's case. But at some point, they are going to have to say, and this is why it matters.
I'm guessing there's going to be a shrink involved somewhere that's going to help us understand that connection. Okay, Nima, let me ask you this. There was a bomb threat there at the courthouse this morning, 2 hours, 43 minutes to get it all cleared up, find out that it was apparently a hoax. So who's going to do that? Who's motivated to do that? Is it somebody who's also been accused of firing or asking a relative to kill himself so his kids can get the money? Is it a guy that's willing to kill his wife and son to cover up financial crimes? Is that the same kind of person who would phone in a bomb threat?
It's all connected. It's someone actually really who wanted to get a seat in the gallery for the Alex Murdaugh trial, probably the biggest trial maybe in South Carolina history. So we know that it's a packed gallery there, and people want to get in there. But kind of in all seriousness, going back to what you and Paul were saying, Michael, it is a legal and logical leap for the jurors to find that, hey, someone is a Tom Girardi type stealing from their clients, and all of a sudden he's going to kill his wife and son, who by all accounts there were no issues. Now it's interesting with how Judge Newman ruled. He said that when the defense argued that, his son was the apple of his eye and he loved his wife and that there were no issues, that opened the door. It kind of kicked it wide open for the prosecution to bring in all this evidence of financial crime. So even the judge was, I think, looking for some reason. I don't know if that was a really good reason to allow all this financial evidence in, but apparently, at least for the court, it was.
Yeah, I think the line was something like, can you imagine any reason that he would have killed his wife and son? Well, that's pretty broad. How about the money thing? And that's what he hung his hat on. Very interesting. Okay, they are going to come back from a break here in just in a second. Apparently, the witness is looking at some documents. So that'll give us a chance to squeeze in this quick break. We'll come right back to South Carolina after this.
Hey, what's happening, guys? So I know we're on break right now and we're having issues with our feed. So we're going to go ahead and cut out so we don't make the 8-hour cutoff time. We don't want that to just drop us in the middle of something important. So we're going to cut out and then come back in as soon as they come back from break. So stay tuned, set up notifications. And anytime we have problems like this, guys, hit refresh. That'll typically get us back up and running. So, yeah, I haven't been able to be on here face to face with y'all, but it's just I've been fighting this cold. So the days start kind of rough. And then by the midday, I'm on, but I'm not able to really be in. So anyway, I will be back with you guys here in just a moment. But we are not done with court for the day. But we will be back here in just a second. So I'll talk to you guys here in just a few.